what those are. Bring those to us, and we will enact that legislation. In fact, Councilman McCormick and I are working on a piece right now that will be submitted shortly, as well as it pertains to this subject. But again, I want to say that again, because we've said it repeatedly at the table. Your folks are in the street. You know exactly what you can do and what you can't do. We can't arrest. Council members can't arrest. The charter is clear. We cannot. There's things that we just cannot do. We provide the funding. We've done that, and we continue to do that. Gladly provide the funding and support mechanisms. We can enforce the law. It's up to it starts at the mayor's desk, to the safety director, to the chief and the command staff. So I'm going to stop there before I call upon the director to start. Councilman Starr, you had a question?
No, my question was, I know you mentioned as a start of this committee hearing that we had public comment.
Yes.
I was going to try to see if we can make a recommendation to allow the public comment, because if we're going to read through legislation and some of the public comments may be regarding some of this legislation, I think it would be great to hear them.
Well, some of the comment might be for legislation.
Yeah, so if we hear them.
Okay, we'll find out what the public comment
before we go
requests
through
are.
the
Yes.
legislation part, because it'd be helpful.
Director.
Morning, Safety Chair and
Thank
other
you.
council members. I want to introduce folks at the table here with us. To my far left and your far right is Deputy Chief Sammy Morris at the end, Field Operations. Chief Todd, is, of course, Division of Police, and also Deputy Chief Ali Pillow. And to my right is Assistant Director Nicole Carlton, and to her right is Deputy Chief Jared Shalat. I just have a couple of comments, and I'll turn it over to Chief Todd to answer the questions that you brought up relative to the activities that took place last week, and also a couple weeks before as well, prior. First and foremost, the behavior that was displayed was totally unacceptable. It's criminal in nature, and it's something that we will not tolerate here in the city of Cleveland. Mayor Bibb and his administration already made statements relative to this, and the behavior, again, is totally unacceptable. The officers are aware of that. The officers here in the Division of Police are working constitutionally to hold those responsible for these behaviors and these activities. To the general public, it's important that these type of behaviors, which are criminal in nature, are not glorified. What I see is a glorification from some, not all, from some of this type of behavior to take over an intersection, to set fire by using some accelerant, to shoot off fireworks, to point airsoft rifles or pistols at law enforcement officers, to try to get into vehicles and so forth. All those behaviors are extremely dangerous, and we are very fortunate that no one was killed because of that activity. Those perpetrating the activity and those who were victims of the activity were not hurt or killed. So you're right. This is extremely important to us, and it's important for the public to know, and also you sitting across from us, that the Division of Police is not sitting on their hands. It's important to understand that. I think there's a perception in the public that the Division of Police is not doing anything. The Division of Police is just sitting on their hands. That is farthest from the truth. Chief Todd will articulate very clearly what she knew, what they knew, and the actions that they took, they being the Division of Police, and also the plan going forward. Individuals will be held accountable for their actions. They will be held accountable for their actions. But this has to be a two-way street. We need the assistance from our general public to let us know, the Division of Police know, when these activities are taking place. People know what's going on. If we could just get the information and they can stay anonymous to help us stop this from happening in the first place. So we need the public's help. And with that said, I'll pass it over to Chief Todd.
Good morning, Safety Chair and members of the Safety Committee. I appreciate this opportunity today to update you and the public on the incidents that occurred over the weekend and give you the updates related to that. So what I have here is a synopsis of everything. I will go through all of everything I have, and then we will respond to any questions afterwards. So late Saturday, we received an email from Cincinnati, and it The messaging was a takeover scheduled in Cleveland. There was a post that they had located by a group called Cincy Takeovers. And from that, it talked inviting members from Cincinnati and Columbus to come to Cleveland to partake in this event. Part of the post identified, it says, "We will not run from a cop. If you can't stand your ground, this isn't your meet, the meet for you, none of future meets either. Make sure you aren't driving like," and then it was explicit, "from spot to spot. We are all going to the same places. Spots will be dropped on the story. Do not blow up our DMs asking for the spots." So this was all through social media that these communications were being posted. It says, "Block the explicit cops until all sliders left the pit trying to go to the next location. Stay out of media's way. If you see someone with a camera, just back up and let them get their footage of us." So a big part of this is about capturing the, getting the attention that they're looking for from the media and getting this out to social media. So the post listed as an initial gathering location in Columbus. We received this information and we immediately began coordinating our resources and trying to gather additional information. We contacted Columbus PD. We identified to them a location we had that they would be potentially gathering. Columbus sent their resources to that location, and no one showed up at that particular location. Our Fusion Center, along with the Fusion Center in Cincinnati, were gathering as much information as they could, along with our Real-Time Crime Center. We made notifications to the Ohio State Highway Patrol and other surrounding agencies and asked for them to monitor for any incoming traffic or large groups of vehicles traveling to the Cleveland area. We put together a detail of our officers to monitor this activity. We also made notification to all of our 5 police districts to let them know to monitor any hotspot locations in their particular districts where we know that these gatherings sometime occur, and to also look out for large groups of vehicles traveling into the area. Our chopper was up, also looking and monitoring for this activity. At approximately 11:30 p.m. was when we saw our first gathering in the area of East 55th and Woodland. Officers responded to that location. A short time later, at 11:37 p.m., we were notified of an additional gathering at Lee and Miles. So as you see these locations as they popped up, they weren't going to just one particular location at a time. They were hitting multiple neighborhoods, multiple streets on different sides of the city, which does split up our resources when that happens. Just after midnight, we were notified about an individual having an airsoft gun and shooting them at our officers. One of our officers was struck twice with an airsoft gun, but was not injured. Just after 1 a.m., we were notified about a group that was gathering in the 2nd District of West 65th, and a second group in the area of West 25th and Lorraine. We received multiple calls from different areas in the city, most of those being in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th District, for groups taking over various intersections. The final area was I-90 West at West 14th, just around 4 a.m. There was about 20 vehicles on the freeway that were blocking all lanes of traffic, shooting off fireworks, attempting to light fires on the freeway, and pointing firearms at citizens who were confronting them. We gathered our resources on this final portion when the freeway was shut down with the assistance of the State Highway Patrol and other outside agencies. And what we had to weigh in that factor was the location that they were at. There was no exit ramp between where we would enter and where we would get to that group. We had to make sure that we had a safe plan to get the officers up there and to get the citizens free from that area. When the officers were planning to enter the on-ramp, State Highway Patrol was on the other side of the freeway monitoring and advised us that the group had dispersed. So at that point, all vehicles fled in different areas, and the event ended for the evening. So throughout this incident, we saw fireworks that were being displayed, attempts to light fire throughout the city. Fortunately, the weather prevented that from happening. The airsoft guns, at one point, they were jumping on zone cars. Firearms were displayed at the officers as well as citizens. The off-duty Parma officer was assaulted. Citizens were threatened. And of course, the activity of the spinning of the tires in the intersection that was being filmed. First, I want to thank our men and women for the outstanding work breaking up these meets. The biggest part of this is, we're trying to stop the activity, and the aftermath is the investigation. I also want to thank our partner agencies who came out to provide assistance to our men and women. Not everyone will understand our actions or the perception of inactions. I want to be clear that policing is not what you see on TV. Our members are faced with life and death situations that they are required to balance on what laws are being broken, what actions can they legally take, and what policy is in place for them to follow. To sit back and judge after the fact is easy. We look at the videos after the fact and can tell what they should have done, what they could have done better. But to be faced with this head-on in real time is extremely challenging. Every action or inaction taken by police will always be judged, not only by their superiors, by the media, by the community, and also we have to answer to the DOJ monitors, CPC, and even City Council. We, by far, are not perfect, but we do our best to balance community safety and officer safety. And as for opinions on how this should be handled, we must balance how we constitutionally, within our force guidelines, address these issues while protecting the community, participants, and officers. And I know that's a strong word about protecting the participants. Throughout the last few days, I've received numerous emails from the community. Some of those emails were, why didn't the officers shoot the individuals? Why didn't they ram their cars? Why didn't they do, a lot of things that people, their perception is how we should handle it, but that is not what constitutional policing is made up of. So currently, there are laws in the city addressing some of these violations. 43308 is about trick or stunt riding prohibited. And that right now is an M2 violation, which is a misdemeanor of the second degree. Another item is street racing prohibited, 43707. Now, this is something that our officers have been writing citations for the past 2 years. And this identifies this particular behavior. House Bill 56 is effective later in October, which increases the penalties for these crimes. So not only are the misdemeanors, but it also gives the opportunity that there is license suspensions for 30 days to 3 years. So as we probably know that this is happening throughout the country, and it's glorified on social media. There's been similar incidents in Indianapolis, September 14th through the 16th. And the situation in Indianapolis, lighter fluid-filled bottles were thrown at responding officers, and baseball bats were taken to their zone cars. In Philadelphia, September 22nd, baseball bats were used to destroy police cars as well. In those incidents, officers were hurt when responding to these incidents. What we have been doing is working on the smaller scale of the complaints that we've been receiving throughout the city with the smaller takeovers as we've been researching what are best practices, how are other cities handling similar situations, and what proactive measures we can take. One of the things that we have been looking at is something that Kansas City has done where they do street milling. And what they do with that is they mill portions of larger intersections to prevent this type of activity. And what it does is if there's some type of, stunt driving in that area, it would disable the vehicle because the tires couldn't take the impact of those, the milling in the road. We're also working on, what we can do shorter term. Is it putting some type of obstruction, a metal plate or something like that inside these intersections so that this activity might be deterred? Also is using potentially police or larger city vehicles to block some of these locations. We've also had conversations with larger parking lot owners about some proactive measures that they can take. When you look at where they gather for these locations when it's not on a city street, it's locations that have large unobstructed parking lots. And when I say unobstructed, there's no cart returns, there's no parking blocks, there's nothing that stops this activity. We've made recommendations to several of those parking lot owners to add something that would prevent this activity. Going forward, and what we have been doing is we do research social media. One of the things we do find are these sites are secured and locked to the participants. So the only measures that we have are open source available social media platforms. So that means that somebody would have to be, they would not have to have a blocked site for us to be able to review the activity or what they're posting out there. We've been responding actively to these incidents throughout the city, especially on the smaller scale. We have currently put together, after this weekend's incidents, a task force, which is part of each police district, our traffic unit, fire arson, our gang impact unit, and several local partner agencies. The goal for this is to gather all of the investigations that we have and compile shared data. Our hope is that as a whole community, and not just the city of Cleveland, that we'll be able to, share this information and bring a bigger case against the participants in this. We need to make sure as a police, as the division of police, that we're better socializing what we do. And I know that that is, one of the things that we always seem to miss the mark on in policing, and it results in, the perception of inaction. So I am committed to making sure the council and the community and the media are updated throughout this investigation so that you know of the work that we're doing, that you know when warrants are issued, and you know that this behavior is being addressed. Just to talk a little bit about what happened the weekend prior in the area of West 25th and Lorraine, where a fire was lit and the cars were, actively taking over that intersection. We have issued warrants for 3 individuals related to that. We identified them, 2 adults and a juvenile. We are currently actively pursuing to arrest those individuals. Our goal is to hold all participants, those in the vehicles, and those standing in the roadways who are filming it or just observing, responsible for these actions. These charges can range anywhere from a minor traffic offense all the way up to a felony crime with this. As far as the takeover that occurred this past weekend, we've identified many persons of interest. We have to look at this case now as a bigger picture and look at how do we investigate this as a whole as opposed to the individual bad actors. So those are our next steps, and my commitment is to make sure that you are all updated on this so that you have a clear understanding that we are not just sitting back and doing nothing with this. This is a priority for the Division of Police. This is a priority for the city and for the mayor. Thank you.
And I thank you, Chief, for your broad explanation as to what you have uncovered and what you have determined took place. If you would just go back briefly to the locations that we're aware of. where this took place. We had, the first was East 55th in Euclid.
I have a whole list for you.
Okay.
Okay.
And I wanted to make sure because second was Lee and Miles. Then we had West 65th. Then what after West 65th again?
So I have to, the order may not be accurate
Yes.
when I identify all the different locations
Yes.
because we did, we did receive approximately 100 different calls for service Saturday night.
Okay.
So the areas in the second district we identified were Scranton and Carter,
Wait a minute. Okay, Scranton. And Carter. Okay.
West 25th and Lorraine,
West 25th and Lorraine.
Steelyard Commons.
Wait a minute, Lorraine. And that would be the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
And of course, the final location which was the Interbelt Bridge.
That's West 14th.
Yeah, I-90 west to West 14th.
Okay.
And the third district, East 55th and Woodland,
Okay, East 55th in Woodland. Okay.
East 105th and MLK,
Wait a minute, Woodland. Okay. 105th and,
MLK,
okay,
East 105th and Park, same area over there.
yes,
Quincy and Opportunity Corridor,
okay.
East 105th and Superior,
And you can supply those to us?
yep, East 93rd and Opportunity Corridor.
Yeah,
And then going into the 4th District, 66 and Harvard, Kinsman and Opportunity Corridor, Lee and Harvard, East 122nd and Larchmere, East 93rd and Opportunity Corridor, 68th and Broadway.
so it was much broader than we had originally been aware of. So you would please provide those locations to us. Just a couple other points. The Fusion Center, you indicated you were given, how well in advance, you mentioned the Cincinnati on social media, how much in advance notice did you actually have?
Late Saturday afternoon.
Late Saturday afternoon, okay. And at that point, obviously, you didn't have the locations of where they were coming to, correct? No,
No, sir.
okay. So at that point, late Saturday afternoon, then what actions were taken? You indicated you notified all 5 districts.
So we received the notification, which, as I mentioned, was just something Cincinnati had located and shared
Yes.
with us. So we immediately had our Fusion Center and our Real-Time Crime Center and our detectives start looking at this information to see if they can find anything additional. We made notifications to State Highway Patrol,
Okay.
our partner agencies, our 5 police districts, and brought a detail in as well to cover this potential event.
Okay,
And as you know, it was raining.
yes,
And, we didn't know, is this a valid, there's things that are posted continuously on social media. We didn't
Okay.
know the validity of it. And coming into it kind of late into the game, we took this serious and immediately took action.
was this like a caravan? Was this an identifiable group coming up on 71?
I can tell you, we received no notification until they were here. So there was no one saw them coming. We had no notification that they saw a large caravan of vehicles. One of the posts that they had made was advising each other to not drive erratically when they were going to these
Okay.
locations. So if it's just everyday vehicle travel, that's all they're seeing. One of the items I did omit was the fact that they do take their license plates off of their vehicles when these activities happen. So they will take the license plate off prior to make it harder to identify the vehicles involved.
You indicated you're looking at all avenues and all potential criminal acts. One of the reoccurring recommendations, or from so many officers that have called me, is the issue of aggravated riot. Is that being explored?
So I can tell you with, yes, Absolutely, 100%, that is what
Okay.
we're looking at, because it fits the definition of the crime. And when we're going back to what occurred on West 25th, that's aggravated arson that the warrants were issued for.
Okay, so aggravated riot and arson, okay. Go back to the sections within the codified ordinance. You mentioned 437.07. What was the other section again?
I'm sorry, 43307
433.07.
and 43308.
433.08. Oh, okay. So those are the two sections. And your team is looking at the possibility of what we can do to enhance those?
So there is currently a House bill that is enhancing the penalties
Yep.
for those crimes
We're
that
aware
comes
of
in
that.
later this month.
Yeah, we have that. We have that information, and we're looking at that as well, because again, we know here, we cannot increase penalties above the state.
Correct.
So that's something we're looking at as well, what we can do to mirror or augment what's taking place on the state level. So again, as I want to say, if there's any other areas that you think we need to collectively partner on enhancing something that we've never had to consider before, again, I would ask your team to take a look at that and make recommendations to us. We'll gladly, immediately act upon those recommendations.
Can I just make
Yes,
one more, just based on your question about the aggravated rioting?
Yes.
That goes to the fact that this is more than a traffic offense. When individuals decide to gather in large groups or coordinate large groups to create criminal activity and this type of behavior, that's where your felony level crimes come from. You know, just doing this, you know, it's one thing with the street racing or the stunt trick driving that they're completing, which might be just a traffic offense. But when you're organizing it and you're doing all of these other things, those are felonies. You know, those are well beyond just, you know, having a little fun in the street. This is really serious crimes that are being committed.
Okay. Okay. At this time, I'm going to open it up. Yes.
On that point,
Yes, Mr. President, on that point.
Since there are multiple felonies taking place and multiple things being coordinated and organized, can this be charged as a RICO case?
I don't want to comment on that right now, but that's something we're looking at. I don't want to go too much further at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to start with the
Point I have a.
Excuse me.
Just a.
What point?
Yes, a question.
Yeah.
Chair, you indicated that we cannot provide any stiffer penalties beyond what is in the state. Where is that in writing? Where is that?
I would have to get the law department. That's what we've always been told. We cannot increase penalties above the state.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think being told something and actually
Yeah.
knowing in writing,
Yeah.
as I've been exploring just conversations with those who, I would really want to see that constitutionally.
Okay, and we'll make that
based on
request.
our things.
We'll make that request through staff and through the law director. We can have those specific sections of state statute.
On the point, Mr. Chairman, of charges,
Pardon?
on the point of penalties and charges.
Yes.
You know, I guess my suggestion would be, and I'm not sure if we
Yeah, I
have the
got you.
capacity and ability for those who have planned, structured, organized this from Cincinnati, these huge, massive takeovers, and the enormity of our city to try to deal with all of this happening at multiple site locations. Can we, for those who are the organizers, penalize them for the cost that it took the city to deal with this in terms of manpower? Do we have that capacity, Mr. Chairman, to the chief to be able to do that?
And then I'll put you down, Councilman Jones.
So through the chair to the council member, that would be up to the court.
Okay, thank you. The protocol, we're going to work in this protocol. The council president's here, then the vice chair, then I have Councilman Starr. Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for pulling this together. This is extremely important. Many of the citizens of this city are pissed. Many people in this city started calling me. I happen to live right down the street from 122nd and Larchmere. This is unacceptable. People are angry. People want to see accountability, and people want to understand why and how this has happened. Our job is to ask questions. I will tell everybody that I do understand that the men and women of the Cleveland Division of Police and all of the safety forces have a challenging job. However, our citizens deserve better. Before I go any further, I have to ask, is the officer okay, and are the citizens that were harmed doing okay right now?
Whoever can answer. Whoever can answer.
Through the chair to the council president, yes, the officer is okay. There was also a University Circle police officer that was struck with the appellate as well, who's okay. And the Parma off-duty was treated by EMS and released.
At some point in time, I would like to personally reach out to make sure that we offer our support for the officers that risk themselves during this process. So
Thank you.
please keep that in mind. A couple of questions that I have, and I know you said that the helicopters were up in the air, but I believe council, and I want to start this by saying, and I know Councilman Polinsky says this all the time, we do not deploy resources as council. We have 3 roles that are primary roles as council. That is set the budget, make sure that we provide oversight, and do policy, to put policy in place to deal with that. In looking at that, there were drones that council supported, and I believe there were 9 drones. Were the drones up in the air, or do we have the drones working yet so that we can start to utilize those kind of tools?
Director.
And if we could we please keep the questions like really quick, because I have a few questions I have to get through, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair to Council President Griffin, we do have drones in our possession. We're in the process of completing our draft policy. Once that's complete, we'll get the drones up and as a pilot. So they were not in the air on the day last week, but our chopper was up.
Okay, thank you.
Can I also,
Chief?
through the chair to the council president, as the director stated, we are working for the piloting phase of that. We are in the final stages of training our members on the particular platform that this drones are equipped for. As soon as that training is completed, we have drone operators. As soon as that training is completed, those will be operational.
But just on that point, as you're well aware, Director and Chief, we passed that legislation 2 years ago for the drones.
Understood.
So we acted appropriately, we acted expeditiously, and there's great frustration on this side of the table that we want to see those up, because that would have been very helpful, not only in this case, but in other cases that we've been dealing with. So again, I can't stress enough the need to move forward on that. Mr. President?
Yes, along that line of questioning, do we need more tools? Do we need tools like Star Chaser, tracking devices? Do we need spikes? I heard you talk about hardening and providing some of the road fixes. What else do we need to do in order to mitigate these kind of crises from the future?
Through the chair to Council President Griffin, I'll make some comments. I'm sure Chief Todd will chime in as well. The Division of Police is looking at all best practices throughout the United States, talking with different police departments that's encountering the same issues. We want to utilize whatever tools we can and utilize it in a constitutional manner to help us deal with this and combat this and hopefully stop this outrageous behavior from taking place in our city and any other city for that matter. So we will look at all tools that we can utilize for the Division of Police and the men and women to effectively do their jobs. But again, we're going to make sure that when we're doing it, it's going to be constitutional as well. Chief?
Thank you, Director. So through the chair to the council president, we've looked at similar platforms that you're talking about with the GPS deployment, things like that. We're trying to figure out what is best for the division. We're using all the tools that we currently have as far as the spike strips. The Division of Police currently does not utilize spike strips. This is something that we did talk about. We are trying to determine, as much as you are, how best we can combat this. We're looking at all other agencies and what they are finding as successful measures in addressing this. So that is something that we will look at. We will look at everything that is available to address these situations, and we have to look at best practices.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Through the chair, staying on the line of technology, Fusion Center, cameras on every corner, real-time crime center, license plate readers. We have an abundance of technology. Do we have the personnel to be able to follow up on the technology?
So,
Chief.
through the chair to the council president, our real-time crime center was capturing all the video related to this. Our detectives, the real-time crime center, are analyzing everything. They're pulling the vehicle information, the faces. They're using all of that information, the technology that we have as part of this investigation. The plate readers, what we're trying to do is backtrack to match the vehicles involved to at what point they took the plates off the vehicles. So we are doing a lot of backtracking work, but we have set up a task force that this is all they are focusing on.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'll move to personnel. Were all of the detective bureaus active that evening? Or were the detective bureaus inactive and deployed to do basic patrol?
Whoever can answer.
So through the chair to the council president, we called in personnel when we found out about this event to help us, to cover this event. We had on-duty detective bureaus who were working. We're not finding that we're using our detective staffing in the patrol function. We're doing very well with maintaining our car plan without having to, mandate outside resources. So the detectives who are working this were not on the patrol function.
So just to make sure I get clarification, the detectives that were working this case were not involved in the patrol function.
Not-
Help me clarify what that means, if you could, please. Thank you, sir.
Yes, so to clarify, they were, we had detectives who were in their, we have our violent crime detectives. So they're plainclothes in, usually unmarked vehicles. They were out there during this because this is their regular on-duty time. So they were active participants as far as addressing this. They weren't, so that's where I think my confusion's coming from a little bit. We had our regular patrol cars that were actively involved in this, as well as our specialized units, which are detectives that are in plain clothes and unmarked vehicles.
Thank you. And
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
If
where
I can
I'm going
jump-
with this
if I can
is,
chime
if
in,
you
I know
could,
you
please,
you
yes.
have your time is
Director.
limited, and Chief Todd's explained it really precisely. It's important to understand that we have specialized units or sports sections in each of the districts. That includes the CSU's units, the vice unit, plainclothes, and then the detective units and so forth. And as Chief Todd just articulated, detective units generally follow up on crimes, but when these situations come up, we have them involved in the investigative portion of these. Also, you have the violent crime detectives, which is an arm to the detective bureau and so forth. And those individuals were actively involved, as well as the vice units were working. They were actively involved in part of this detail to make sure that we can respond accordingly to this issue.
So, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that I'm verifying.
Yes.
No detective units were inactive during this event.
So through the chair to
Chief.
the council president, we do have people who are off of work that day. I'm not going to say that every single of the 5 districts was working, their detective units were working at that time, no.
Okay.
We do have active ones that were on duty, but because the way our scheduling works, we have, we make sure we have coverage throughout the city. And, some people are on their off days and some, so it varies on which districts were on and off duty.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the reason I asked that question is because I know that we supported the Pittman scheduling, I believe that's what it's called, and the 12-hour shifts and days and everything else. And we hear things as council. I don't go off of rumors and innuendo, but there have been allegations that many of the detectives were pulled off to do basic patrol. And that's the reason I'm asking that question, to make sure that I get clarification. And you're telling me that's not the case.
No. So through the chair to the council president, that's not the case.
Okay.
We're not, that is not the case. And the detective units are not on that Pittman schedule. They're on regular 8-hour shifts.
Okay, thank you. Next thing I want to make sure that I ask is, have we reached out to the FBI, or have our detective units and other folks looked at embedding personnel in these operations. They're not hard to find. All you have to do is watch the Cleveland Remembrance page, and they can tell you exactly where everybody's going to be at. Why don't we have any intelligence-led policing embedded in some of these operations?
So, through the
Chief.
chair to the council president, normally when these takeovers were happening, they were being handled on the individual district. So if it was something that happened in D2, the D2 detectives were handling this. Because this is a citywide issue, you know, especially with this takeover, we've tasked our Bureau of Special Services, which is our gang impact unit, who work hand in hand with our federal partners. Those are our task force officers. They are the leads on this investigation, and they are going to take the resources they have with their partners, whether that be the, you know, the FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals. They're all coordinating with those resources for this investigation.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll just close
Yes,
by
sir.
saying this so that everybody else can ask more questions. We spent a lot of time as council people in hot church basements this summer. We've gotten several calls. People have pulled us out of our house at 2 o'clock in the morning to deal with that, even to the point where I've talked to you and Safety Director Drummond, as well as Commander Valentino, and witnessed this. And a lot of these folks are emboldened, and they don't fear anything. And we need to hold all of the folks accountable. I would tell you that this isn't just this weekend. Buckeye Plaza, Lee Harvard Plaza, the several streets, Mara. I'm still not sure if we got anybody who did that chandelier spin out and if we got any arrests for that. This is not just a one-time, one-off occurrence. What have we done? And I heard the mayor say yesterday about a task force. That's the first time that I've heard about that. But what are we doing to deal with these street takeovers? I'm happy that homicide is down. I'm happy that some of the other statistics are down because they're, quite frankly, they're down across the country. But what are we doing with some of this nuisance crime where these folks have a reckless disregard, stopping ambulances, charging people to get through? What are we doing to hold people accountable? I understand and I support completely constitutional policing. However, our citizens are irate. What are we doing to deal with this lawlessness in order to make sure that we have a plan? Because I will tell you that I have multiple citizens, multiple businesses, multiple stakeholders that said, Blaine, we're leaving. And that's unacceptable. We have to have a plan. What body are we putting in place in order to mitigate this crisis from happening? Because we've been dealing with it in Buckeye Plaza, Lee Harvard, Mara, Raymond, all over the city all summer, where they have just blatantly taken over streets, plazas, private property. What are we doing? What's
Chief.
the strategy?
The Director, Chief?
So through the chair to the council president, I completely hear you. And I think these are very fair questions, and I know the community is outraged, rightfully so. I can tell you that we as a division will do better about communicating what we've done and what we're doing. I think that is where we always miss the mark because we make arrests, we write citations, we tow vehicles, and we never tell that story. You know, we just go about our police business, you know, after these incidents happen and we don't talk about it. So we will make sure that you have that information. We will make sure that the community has that information because it's only fair to know what is going on and how this is being addressed.
Thank you. Last but not least, Mr. Chair, the one group that's not at the table, or the two groups that are not at the table that we really need to be engaging, and hopefully we'll have a follow-up conversation with them, are the prosecutors,
Right.
as well as the judges. And I think that we need to vigilantly be going to these court hearings when they do happen to make sure that they don't just get a pass and that they're held accountable. And I love what Councilman Joe Jones said about making sure that we also go after them for some of the damages that they're doing to some of these properties. You know, this, once again, is not just a one-off. This is something that's been happening multiple times this year, and it's criminal. It's not just, you know, joyful, youthful gatherings. They're pointing guns at people. I'm just as concerned about these folks and these bad actors because they're going to run into the wrong person.
That's right.
And the wrong person is not going to wait for the police. The wrong person is going to create a major melee, and we're going to have a worse situation because there's going to be back and forth, and it will escalate into major gun battles. That is what we're headed to if we don't get ahead of this. I've already talked to several people because one of the privileges of being a council person, you don't just get to stay in the boardroom, you get to stay in the streets. And people are armed to the hilt, and people are getting to a point where they don't feel that we, and I want to say we, because I take my job seriously, are doing enough to protect them. And when they start taking things in their own hands, squirting water guns at people when they're walking down the street, shooting people with pellets, charging people to get through, they're going to run into somebody who is not as patient and who is not as accepting. And it's going to turn into a very bad situation. I'm not trying to predict anything. I hope to God it doesn't happen. But it's that level of frustration that most of the residents in this city have right now. And once again, these are people who are just everyday citizens because only a small portion of our city is driving a large portion of the crime. So regular citizens are now to the point where they don't feel that government or society or systems are doing enough to protect them. So once again, I respect and honor the men and women of this division. I understand that they have a lot of challenges, but the people of this community deserve better, and we all need to step up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you got to have 15. Okay, Mr. President, you were right. You had 4 seconds left. Okay, I just wanted, just before I call upon Councilman Jones, and again, I would ask all my colleagues to be mindful of the time each one is allotted. But you touched about emails and phone calls. You have no idea what members have gotten since Sunday, Saturday night, early Sunday morning. And we've heard you want to talk about, we've had about why aren't you using snow plows? Why aren't you using the hoses on the fire trucks? Douse them down. I mean, I've heard everything that I can think of under the sun. And then some of my colleagues that were not here has also, other meetings have sent in information as well. Was any other department, before I call upon Councilman Jones, was any other department engaged in this besides the Division of Police? Any other city division?
Any other city division?
Yeah.
So fire arson was active
Okay.
in the investigations we had
Okay.
where the fires were lit.
Okay. And then you have obviously been talking to the police prosecutor as well.
Yes,
Police-
we've been in constant contact with
Okay.
Chief Prosecutor Jordan.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, you have
Thank
your
you,
time.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I want to just start out, I heard all of the testimony, and the whole proposition started out with accountability systems that are in place for the police officers, and then we talked about the various different locations that were targeted in this takeover. And I asked the comment, Mr. Chairman, how are we responding as it relates to charging costs to those perpetrators who are involved with this? And the response was the courts. And I know that here in the city of Cleveland, Mr. Chairman, that, if our fire department or EMS has to perform a service within our municipal boundaries, we charge a cost. I think it's incumbent upon us, Mr. Chairman, to put a new rule in place, and I look forward to working with the president of Cleveland City Council, because I think the president hit a number of points on the nail. And one of those is just the frustration that's boiling up within the citizens of the city of Cleveland. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, to the president that, number one, we look at charging people who come into our city with that foolishness, all the cost that our city has incurred in manpower, resources, our communication systems, and our various different partners. I think that's important when people get to realize that they're going to be charged with maybe $200,000 or $300,000, or if in this situation it was $1 million to deal with the issue, for an example, that they're going to be charged and they're going to have to pay this. I think that they're going to think another turn we're looking at trying to bring this nonsense into our city. So that's the first thing, Mr. Chairman, in terms of possible ways and means of solutions. Can we look into that, Mr. Chairman, to the president?
We have staff here, we'll take that down. Staff, please record that. Thank you. Councilman?
And then solution-oriented, because see, that's where we are, right? We can talk about these issues all day long, but if we don't have some kind of real fundamental action that will be moving towards the direction to deal with the situation, we'll be back at this table with another takeover, or we'll be dealing back at this table with something that has tragically happened because we haven't dealt with it in an appropriate response, I think is important. And Mr. Chairman, and let me just say this in the same spirit of the president of Cleveland City Council, Blaine Griffin, and he's right. The frustration has hit to an all-time high. Citizens, one of the biggest issues that I constantly hear a lot is visibility. Seeing police officers patrolling the neighborhoods and the communities. And they want to be able to see that in their neighborhoods and their communities that we have people who are actively out there patrolling the neighborhood and patrolling the community. So the question I would have, Mr. Chairman, is on any given day, how many cars are patrolling in the city of Cleveland?
Chief?
So through the chair to the council, Councilman Jones, I can get that for you. Each police district has a car plan that they are to maintain. So that is, that they have to maintain that at 100% through each shift that they have. We can get that specific breakdown to you because it's different per district and it's based on crime data.
And Mr. Chairman, one of the solutions I've constantly brought to this table, and it's just unfortunately from one administration to the next administration, has fallen on deaf ears, is a situation that could resolve this. They pick on the city of Cleveland because we don't have any traffic enforcement. I'm dealing with issues and the jobs that we have as council members here. I'm dealing with subjects and issues that I shouldn't even be dealing with. But if we had traffic enforcement, we can really make a powerful, profound impact. For an example, we have vehicles speeding. We have people who don't have driver's license. They don't have driver's license or insurance. They don't have driver's license, insurance, and they're driving in stolen cars. And they're moving throughout our neighborhoods unabated. And we don't have that force that's there to pull these people over like we, at one point in time in the city of Cleveland, was able to do so in our various different respective territories. So I suggested, Mr. Chairman, at one point we have the same, and this council approved this for University Circle, with allowing them to be able to have their systems and car plans in place. And we have enough resources in the city of Cleveland, Mr. Chairman, with what we already exist in terms of having, to have 4 police cars patrolling our neighborhoods. And each ward should have at least 2 one-man car patrolling our community. If we're doing that, then we will cut down on all the problems and issues that we're having in our streets. At the same time, we'll increase our visibilities in terms of our neighborhood, and we make our citizens feel safe. But if you don't have no one pulling people over, and I had someone complaining to me, Mr. Chairman, in one of the stores. I went into the store and the gentleman came up to me and he says, he was very angry and he was mad, and he said to me, he says, "You're the reason why I got a ticket." And so I looked at him and I said, "Oh." He says, "Yeah, the police officer who pulled me over said, I'm in your neighborhood now because you're upset about the traffic and I got a ticket." I said, "Listen, sir, I don't mean no disrespect, but we have vehicles running over properties, running into people's homes, tearing up our fences, tearing up our business districts. We have never seen the flipping of over cars. Every time I go out into my neighborhood on my main streets, like Lee and Harvard and Leah Miles, I see some kind of car wreck that has happened, and they haven't even cleaned it up. We have debris that are happening consistently. You can go down any street in the city of Cleveland and see bumpers and side pieces and panels and glass all over the place. And one of the reasons why these people are riding so crazy in our neighborhoods because there is nothing there to prevent them and there's nothing there to stop them. So if we want to really get ahead of really seriously taking some moves to really fundamentally deal with this issue, then we need to get traffic enforcement on our streets. And we need to make that a priority. If we make that a priority, that's going to be a win-win situation. It sets the tone that you're not going to come into our community, into our city, and do whatever you want to do. You're going to be checked. And so sometimes government has to check people who are coming into the neighborhoods to be disruptive. And one of the ways to do that is doing the job of traffic enforcement. And we have failed at traffic enforcement. If I asked you how many tickets you have written, you probably wouldn't be able to tell me. And there was a time when I would ask the chief of the police department, when then Mayor Mike White was the mayor of the city of Cleveland, how many tickets have been written in the city of Cleveland. And it was over 120-some thousand tickets in an annual year that was written. That was great traffic enforcement. So I looked at the gentleman, I said to the gentleman, Mr. Chairman, I said, if you got a ticket in the city of Cleveland, then you deserved it. You deserve to have that ticket if you got a ticket from a Cleveland police officer in the city of Cleveland. And I'm sorry you got the ticket, but when you come into our community and our city, slow down, please. Please slow down. Please understand it's more than just you on the road. And I can't, Mr. Chairman, be a police officer. You heard the president of Cleveland City Council talked about the fact that, you know, getting calls at 2 o'clock in the morning time. We have allocated the resources to our various different departments, you being one of them. That's your responsibility and job. It's not my responsibility. But the citizens want to know that the elected officials care, so they call us. And so now I've gotten into this thing where I tell them, please call the police first. Please give the police a call. And then if you haven't seen or saw or heard anything, call me and I'll be out to take a look. Or I'll try to assist. So what is your take, Mr. Chairman, to the chief and to the safety director on really putting a real plan together to knock out 3 birds with 1 stone? The first one is you increase high visibility in the neighborhood. That's a win because the citizens want to see that. And then the second thing you do, you make the neighborhood safe. You gather intelligence because you're pulling people over who are driving in our cities, who don't have driver's license, they don't have insurance, and they're driving in stolen cars. And then 3, you set the tone that you can't come over into our city and have this foolishness happen. There's a reason they're picking on the city of Cleveland. They're picking on it because we don't have the ability and the capacity and traffic enforcement to prevent these things. And if we had proper, strong traffic enforcement cars in every single ward, like it is in Shaker, everyone knows. And they're not going to go over next door and pull that in Shaker. Everyone knows that when you go up Lee Road into Shaker, you do what?
Slow down.
Slow down. Why? Because you're going to get a ticket? So we should be out there writing tickets. We should be doing the job that we're being paid to do. And we have to be able to enforce this. We just do that one move, Mr. President, and I submit to my colleagues who are sitting at the table and to the administration that it will make a profound and powerful impact. And we just haven't done it right. And when we did do it, we didn't have the same kind of crime issues and statistics. During that particular period of time, we were at the all-time lowest crime rates that we've ever seen in this city. And you can go back and pull the record and see that at the end of the 1990s coming into about 2002, 2003. So I suggest, Mr. Chairman, the easy fix here would be traffic enforcement. And I'm willing to sit down with anyone to talk about what that strategy and what that plan should be. But if we work the same kind of strategy and plan that they have in University Circle to every single neighborhood that has their own traffic enforcement, have their own police officers stay in the neighborhood, they don't go to the left, they don't go to the right, then they'll know where the dope man Mike's house is at. They'll have a familiarity with the community. And they'll be more efficient and effective because then they have a relationship with the people in the community and the neighborhoods, in the stores and the shops. But right now, Mr. Chairman, ending it at disclosure here,
Yes.
the impact has been so great for our neighborhood that is impacting our commerce. There are business owners who are talking about we may need to leave. There is Metro Health that feels unsafe and secure, and they have abandoned their facility in our Lee Harvest Shopping Plaza. So we have a number of major issues that are impacting the quality of life, not only for the residents, but are having a negative impact on the commerce of the city of Cleveland. We can't slow this down. We need traffic enforcement now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman, for keeping time. You had 3 minutes left. Before I call upon Councilman Starr, I just want to say this. The director and the chief understand council wants traffic enforcement in the city. They've heard that loud and clear. I had that discussion this week with the chief, and I appreciate her listening. Council wants traffic enforcement, and I don't care who they're giving tickets to. Not only, you add on to what you said, but not only that, but we're getting contraband in those cars as well. We're getting drugs and guns when they do traffic enforcement. So the director and the chief knows that city council wants traffic enforcement in the city. Councilman Starr, time is yours.
Thank you. Can I have all the Councilman Joe Jones' time as well?
No, you're not giving them. Okay.
No, just lighten the room a little bit. I see this is a very important topic that we have, and I definitely want to say I commend Chief Dorothy Todd for the work that you do. Like I said, I always bring up the fact that she has taught me about policing and different strategy on how to get things done. But one of the things that is hard for us as council members is dealing with the reality. So to the chair, to safety director, Drummond, I know he mentioned earlier about crime and homicides down, but the reality that we live in, a lot of folks don't feel the same way. I know we do press conferences. I know we talk about this data. I'm good with data. Now, what I mean by that is you can get data and you can present it in a certain way to make it compelling, but that does not stop the fact that you hear gunshots every night. It does not count the fact that we know loved ones who have been victims of gun violence, who have been killed. So when people see that in our city, hey, violence is down, and all they know is they going to funerals. That became something that is a norm almost in most of our cities. So I do commend the work that we've done with the homicide, because that is fact. If it's down, it's down. But one of the things that I have a biggest question that I definitely want to ask through the chair to the table is, how many patrol officers does CPD have as of today, patrol officers?
To the chair, we'll get information. I'm sure Chief Todd will have that information. And you're talking about patrol officers, period, or not just all the members of the Division of Police, but
The patrol officers.
We'll get that particular information for you.
And through the chair, on top of that question, in addition, how many police officers do we have together, so I can see the breakdown of who's patrolling versus who's not in different units? Because I know over the last couple of years, I've always been one of the ones who believe in this method. If I'm short-staffed, that means everybody chip in. Everyone has to do something. If we need traffic enforcement, we can't rely on a 300 or 400 estimate of officers that are on patrol assignment. That means detectives got to patrol. That means deputy chiefs got to patrol. Everyone got to patrol so we can be able to bring that presence. See, a number of the things that I believe the problem that we have in the city is nobody believes the police is here. And one of the ways that I believe that, because when we talked in Finance Committee with Council President's Committee, I believe September 16th, I asked a question about from 3rd and 4th District from between 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., how many patrol officers do we have on staff in 3rd and 14th District? And I received that information, and it shows that 3rd District have 14 patrol officers, and then they have 7. I don't know what DSU stands for.
Downtown Services Unit.
Downtown Services Unit officers, and then 4th District have 18 patrol officers. So if we only have 32 plus 7 is 39, if we have 39 patrol units between those hours of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., I guess street racers would be able to come into certain areas, catch us blind spotted because we don't have enough officers patrolling during that time, which can create what we've seen here. So what I'm saying is we have to take the gloves off. One of the things that my biggest frustration with this job is we always scream at policy, but we write policies, we edit policies, we change policies, and there's certain things that you can do. When I was growing up, not too long ago, the police, you didn't want to deal with the police. It was a presence, not just from the standpoint, it was a point where we was like, that's CMHA, oh, that's Cleveland. We felt that. But right now, these people do not feel that because they don't see the presence all the time. And that's what we have to get back. Community policing is still a thing, but in Cleveland, it's almost sometimes not there. Now, like we have some districts that do a great job. I definitely always big up 3rd District. Anytime I call them, reach out to them, Commander Tucker, all of them do a great job. Obviously, Chief Dorothy Todd set that precedent, and that's there, and I understand what we're trying to do. But one of the things we have to do, that traffic enforcement that Councilman Joe Jones and Council President brought up is big. It is big. It's not just something that we're saying. If I do not feel like nothing's going to happen to me, I'm going to do it. If nobody's watching me, I'm going to speed. If nobody's ticketing me, I'm going to continue to do that. And that's the difference between when you hit Ridge Road and going into Parma, and you're going through that 2-mile radius where it says 25 miles per hour, no matter what time of day, you're going to see a police officer. Car, rather, and they're ticketing. But we have to take that same type of method that you see in Bracknell, that you see in Shaker. But we have to apply it to our 10,000 plus streets, which is a lot when we only have around 1,100, 1,200 officers. So we would need to take everyone to roll up their sleeves and take on a shift. So I am proud to say I would love to see the day that we have a patrol schedule where everybody that has a gun and a badge, that is an officer patrolling our streets, whether it's just one shift. That right there can help, because then you can start seeing things, knowing notices of stuff, and if you're not the one that can do it, you can radio in to gather up a plan. So that type of presence is definitely needed. But I also would ask, definitely for a request to the staff, can we get an actual number of how many tickets have CPD issued so far this year? Make sure that's on the record so we can get that information, because that would let us know if we're out there.
Okay, wait a minute.
I can get that
Staff,
to
please, and the judge, and the chief is getting that information as well, but staff, I mean, make sure you get that request. Thank you, Councilman.
And then also, I'm big on these partnerships. We have partnerships, but it's not presence. Like I mentioned on September 16th, when it was September 15th, at the wee hours of the night on 55th and Woodland Kinsman intersection, they were held up traffic and was street racing, doing donut drag racing in the middle of 55th. But then I have CMHA Police Headquarters less than a block away and no police officers there. So it's like, what is this partnership? A partnership that look good for them to do a little bit of work on their grounds, or do they really not have a partnership? Because correct me if I'm wrong, either to anyone at the table, I believe there were some laws and changes that allow other different law enforcement agencies to patrol in the city to be able to help with this type of issues. But I never see the presence of anyone else. I don't see them doing anything. But then my question is, where's the county and the sheriff? Only time we hear about the sheriffs in the county patrolling and doing something is if it happened downtown. And that's where our residents are frustrated. That's where I'm frustrated at. They patrol, they act like Cleveland ain't a part of the county. And that's where I'm like, where's the accountability? Where's the actual partnership? What does this memorandum of understanding agreement looks like? And from some studies that I've read and looked up, without some of our memorandums of understanding agreements, if they're not in place, some of these agencies can't do their jobs, such as law enforcement. So if they're worried about consequences or who have fought and they don't want to step in and help us, then why don't we continue to have these partnerships if we're only getting pennies on the dollar? So that is something that I definitely would like for us to look at. I definitely put a request to the staff to give me the update of the memorandum of understanding agreement with all law enforcement agencies that we have agreements with, so we can definitely look at that, because these negotiations and these agreements, if they're not going to help us in Cleveland and they want to talk about it just countywide, that's unfair to us.
Okay.
So definitely put that request in.
Thank you.
And then as I just wrap up, just because this is something that's so big to me, because we changed and gave officers 12-hour shifts. So they patrolling more with less staff. I mean, it's like, then we also increased that you could be older to be a police officer to enter into the academy. So now we're talking about seasoned people. I think we need to really explore ways to get things done. So my last question, I would say, additional question rather, how many police officers is in the current police academy, and when are they slated to finish or come out of this upcoming academy?
Director or chief?
So through the chair to Councilman Starr, I'll start with the traffic enforcement. So as far as like the moving violations this year so far, As of last week's information, we issued about 21,740 citations. So those are just those aren't the parking infractions, so those are just moving violations themselves.
A clarification, Mr. Chairman, on the point.
of question?
Could you repeat that,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, to the chief?
Okay.
Is that an annual or is that
That's
That's
first.
this year, so far this year.
Okay.
so far this year? How many?
21,000.
21,000 citations?
736.
Thank you.
Uniform
Thank you,
traffic
Chief.
tickets.
Councilman Starr?
And to Councilman,
Oh,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
So currently, we have 2 academy classes that are in. These academy classes are the first that we have that have the older recruits. The one class is slated to graduate in in November. A combined total of the 2 classes is 73. There's 40 candidates in the class that's slated to graduate in November, and the other one will graduate in 2025. We also have a class that we are looking to put in December, and that was part of the expedited hiring event we posted.
So again, 73 right now, but that second class will not come on until the first quarter of next year.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
And to that point, so November, we have 40 that's slated to graduate, and then we have 33 that's slated to graduate in 2025, with December being the date that we're wanting to start another class with the new recruit, right? Through the chair.
Through the chair to Councilman Starr, that's correct.
All right, thank you. So, like I said, thank you all for coming, and one of the points that Council President made, we do need to bring the judges and prosecutors to this table and possibly have a hearing. So I would definitely work with
Okay.
you, Chairman,
Yes.
to figure out how do we get them there to be able to get an understanding of how they're doing stuff. Because not often are we dealing with just this street racing. We also dealing with a lot of different crimes that is happening with our juveniles as well.
Yes.
And oftentimes they get caught by Cleveland, and then next you know they get caught 3 or 4 times up until they kill someone. Now we want to lock them up or intervene. Also, within that partnership, we should definitely look from the county standpoint to see what type of services do they have with these kids as well as these young people, because most of the time it starts early, and then the trend shows that, and if you don't correct it early, it's going to be young adults or adults having the same type of crimes will graduate to different type of level of crimes that we're seeing today. So I think we need to have a collective offline conversation to piggyback on how do we attack this, but also we need to do our part to hold people accountable, because everyone comes and asks us for help and support and for money and for their budget to be passed. And I think we need to be careful on a lot of things, because as the legislative body, we do the legislation, we do the budgeting, we do some oversight, we do the advocacy, we do the appointments, and we do communication.
Yes.
We have all these different things in place. We need to be strategic on what we're doing to make sure everything is done the right way. And I yield, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you for keeping time, Councilman. Appreciate that. Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, committee, for being here. I just have a couple of points. My first point is I want to bring up something that Council President brought to the attention of the drones, and also Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
When Chair brought up stating that the drones was the drones was legislated 2 years ago. My question is, why haven't any policy has been written from your point of view to get the drones out in the community from all the activities that we've been dealing with in our community, and you are understaffed. Those drones could be in place of doing the job that the police are not able to do the job. So could you clarify that? Because I did get some information from Council President before I presented the question. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councilwoman Gray. Yes, it was 2 years ago that it was approved for drones. At that particular time, that just starts the process. The process entails finding the right platform. As Chief Todd mentioned before, we have to find the right platform that's going to meet the needs of the Division of Police. And then second to that is to put it out for bid to get the appropriate drones. That's a process that takes several months or even longer for us to get the right drones. And there were hiccups in the process where we actually had to rebid the drones. Once that was rebidded, we did have a contract. We did receive the drones. In the process, the Division of Police, they've been working on a draft policy. We want to make sure that we have best practices throughout the United States. Again, to make sure that we have officers that are drone licensed operators. That's a requirement to operate drones. We have those. Coupled with that, we have to make sure that the officers that are going to be operating these drones can operate this particular drone and that particular platform. And as the chief stated before, they're in the process of being trained for that. Once that is done, we'll have a pilot program in the Division of Police, that is. We'll have a pilot program where we're utilizing the drones. So it's a process. I don't want anyone to think that, we were approved and then we got them and we've been sitting on it. No, it's just it's a process that's entailed and to actually get the right drones, train individuals on it, get the right policy in place, and then start the pilot program.
Okay, well, that's a lot of information. However, when you come to the council table and you submit this legislation to be passed, isn't there a process immediately after that to have that process started?
Let me just say this to...
I'm just trying to figure it out.
The record.
'Cause,
I want to just say this again, because this has been a real issue within the body. We acted expeditiously to pass the legislation. Council members had asked for drones, what we thought would help in these pursuits and high-speed chases within the city to eliminate some of the carnage that we were experiencing. We took whatever action we needed quickly. We heard the legislation in committee, we acted. Goes to the administration. As the director indicated, there was an issue, I guess, with the original bid that went out. And now, what he hasn't said, and maybe he will, not only once the general police order is put together, then it has to go to the CPC, which is a whole nother thing in itself for a review.
Too, yes.
Director?
To the chair, to Councilwoman Gray, yes, it was approved through council, but again, there's still a process after that. Again, it has to go out to bid, and there was a hiccup relative to the original drones that we were going to purchase. We had to go back, reanalyze the platform that we were going to get initially. That changed, and ultimately, then the bids went out, and we subsequently received the drones this year. We're in possession of those drones. As stated before, the officers are currently being trained on that particular platform. And as Chief Todd explained, the draft policy is done. Once the training is done, then we'll get the drones up in a pilot program because the policy itself, the drone policy itself still has to go to the CPC
Yes,
for their review and approval. And once that's approved through the CPC, it has to then go to the federal monitors for their approval and ultimately to Judge Oliver for the final approval.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I get on that point, if
Mr. President, you had a point?
if the council lady will allow a point? Okay. So how long would that take? Because we're talking about going to the CPC, then we're talking about going to the federal monitor. What is the timeline for that? And secondly, let's be clear with this council. This city voted for issue 24. And technically, the CPC should be asking some of these questions too. So I hope they're listening because the CPC should be doing just as much of a deep dive as this body is doing because this community voted for the CPC to be asking these type of questions too.
Right, to the chair, and I know Chief Todd wants to make comments as well. I'm not quite sure how long their process will take. I can tell you that with my conversations with the command staff, and in particular Chief Todd, we're going to institute a pilot program based on a draft policy. We'll get the drones up, so forth. Again, the only holdup right now is making sure that the officers are trained on the platform. So the drones will be up. We'll see how they work. As the CPC and others look at the policy itself and go through the approval process, I can't give you a timeline through the chair to council president when that'll be approved, but we're gonna move forward through the pilot program. I'll pass on to Chief Todd now for comment.
Chief, and then Councilman Jones had a point.
Yes, so through the chair to the council president, as the director stated, we are going to move forward sooner than later with the pilot program. You know, the best way to implement a policy is to see what works. So we have drafted, you know, our policy for our members on how our expectations of usage. Before that's finalized, and the program is fully operational, as you know, we'll work with the CPC on that finalized product. But we're going to move forward with the pilot and the usage of the drones while we're perfecting this policy. And that as soon as the training is done, we're just working with the manufacturer of the drone. As soon as they are able to come to Cleveland and train our members, we'll have those operational, and I'll keep
Okay.
you updated on the timeline.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, you had a point, specific point?
Mr. Chairman, it was the same point
Okay.
as the president
Thank you.
has laid out. So
Thank you.
I yield, Mr.
Council
Chairman.
lady?
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Very detailed. Appreciate, bringing us up to date. And I just have a chair to the committee. I just want to say that I know that these takeovers are very intense, and it's not only because they come out of state to come to Cleveland. We have takeovers in Cleveland.
That's right.
Locally takeovers at our parks. Ward 1, Ward 4, Ward 9, Ward 10. They are at our parks while our constituents are there having fun, entertaining themselves. Just to say the least, I can say this for Commander Valentino. He has worked with Council Griffin and I in our wards, in 4th District as Ward 1 and as Ward 2. He has been very attentive when it comes to us calling him about takeovers in our community. What he has done, maybe, I know Chief Todd is aware of this, and of course, Director Drummer. I know what he has done for our 4th District area. He actually have a crew, maybe a sergeant or maybe his lieutenant. He gets them out to come to that particular location of takeovers all the time, and he have cars come out and sit in that area 2 hours or an hour before it even happens, because I have emailed Council President Griffin and Commander Valentino when a takeover was about to happen on Buckeye, on 117th and Buckeye, and he immediately got a crew out there before it happened. It was, I think it was about maybe 20 motorcycles was out there, and he immediately got the cars out there and he broke it up. And also at the parks, he'll send patrol cars out there 2 or 1 hours ahead of time, and they sit until the park closed, and he makes sure everything is, completely safe. So just saying the least, I do commend the officers of doing what they can, even though you guys are understaffed. However, just going back to the drones, I understand the process, but anything that can help this situation, not only out-of-state takeovers, our local takeovers, that's something that need to be addressed as well. But I just commend you of you guys trying to do what you can do. So I yield.
To the chair, to Councilwoman Gray, thank you very much. I appreciate the mentioning Commander Valentino and how diligent he is in responding to your needs, as well as Council President Griffin's need relative to some of the issues that happen in the park. And I know he's really responsive. That's why he was selected for that particular role. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. And the director and the chief understand The drones are a priority for the council. They're a priority, and I can't
To the chair, we
stress that
understand.
enough. Okay. Councilman Kelly, and again, thank you, Council Lady, for keeping time. Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, to the committee, hey, thank you for being here, folks. Thanks, your sister and brother, police officers, for doing what they do. And we will always want to make sure this body that each one of them gets to go home safe to their home and to their families every night. And we understand that this body, that's a lot of difficult things going on with not as many police officers as we need. A lot of the things been touched, but in visibility, which Councilman Jones talked about, is a very big thing. And I know you can't sit here at this table and discuss what you're going to do. You know, that's not what we want to tip off. But a couple things I think we need to do that's been brought up is we definitely, my residents, got a lot of phone calls. They're looking to give, I guess I would call it a pitchfork approach. They're looking to see that we have everybody involved. And that's, you know, the county and the feds and our local police, and then also what Council President Griffin brought up, we really need to get together with the city prosecutors, maybe the county prosecutors, law department, with our police, and whoever we can get as a judge sitting there and have one of these pitchfork approach. What do we need to do? You know, is there a revised, you can come to the body here. Is there some revised ordinance? Is there a new ordinance that we can come up with? We are willing to do whatever we can do, just as you are. It's very frustrating for our residents right now, and they're frightened, okay? And we want to calm that. I haven't heard anybody berate our sisters and brothers in uniform at all. They just want to know what we can do to get more out there, to get the visibility. I also am a big believer in little things, and I think possibly if we just get some of your people together and focus on whatever the local council and the police and start doing some little things just as a show. I don't care if you're going to go up and down the street and start ticketing these cars that are on sidewalks, or if you're going to start ticketing people that are loitering in front of stores or threatening people. I'm not exactly sure what we can or can't do, but I really believe that if we start enforcing some of these little things and show of force doing this, that our citizens are going to start believing that more is coming. Many things have been captured. I wrote quite a bit of notes here, but that's about it. We respect everything you do. You know, we want to help, and we're getting the phone calls. And I also, when Commander Schlott was in my ward now, Commander Woods, I mean, that poor guy, sorry, he's got my number. I'll call him 1:30 in the morning to meet him out there, you know. Everybody is really trying. This is a difficult situation. But I'd like, well, like I said, let's get together, do some sort of little pitchfork approach, focus on maybe one little thing that we can do en masse to show our people. Our people need to know you're out there right now. Thank you.
To the chair, to Councilman Kelly, thank you for those questions and your comments. The Division of Police, we do utilize our partners, as the Chief has stated before, you know, especially with these takeovers. We are assigned to our special operations, where we have our task force officers that work with FBI, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshal Service. So we're utilizing them. We also have partnerships with the State Highway Patrol relative to traffic enforcement and other enforcement. And the things you're mentioning is quality of life issues. We have, at least when I left, we had quality of life details in each of the districts. We're sort of dealing with the things that you're talking about, the parking, folks parking on the sidewalks, in the front lawns, and also folks sitting around drinking in public, and just quality of life things that we get calls about, including traffic enforcement. That's a major thing. I meet with Council President Safety Chair Polensek every week. We meet, and one of the things that he mentions to me is traffic enforcement. It's been mentioned here multiple times, traffic enforcement, and we know the importance of it, and the chief knows the importance of it, and so does the commanders and our traffic unit and the traffic officers in the districts and so forth. So we concentrate on quality of life, the Division of Police, that is, and also part of it is our partnerships with the prosecutors, the city prosecutor as well as the county prosecutor. And relative to the issues with the takeovers, they are on board. The chief prosecutor here, Chief Prosecutor Jordan, as well as the O'Malley. They are aware of what's going on. We're working with them, and we're working specifically with Chief Prosecutor Jordan relative to the prosecution, the charging of these individuals once they're charged. So we understand you, and we're working diligently with all our partners.
Councilman?
I
Can I just
thank
add
you.
one
and-
more
Chief, you got a
topic to
comment?
that? I'm sorry. So through the chair to Councilman Kelly, I just want you and all the council members to know the role of the commander is to do just what you're asking for. The district commander's role is to be that liaison with council members and the community to address your concerns. So when you want those details, don't ever hesitate to ask directly for it. If those are things you need in your community, that is the commander's role. It's not just to oversee the men and women there. It's to be that liaison with the Division of Police and the community.
Okay.
They're your person.
Okay.
So please, if there's something you're seeing, concerns of your residents, a detail that you want to see, some enforcement in a certain neighborhood, please work with them, and that is what their role is as commander.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Councilman Kelly?
Yeah, through the chair to the chief. Thank you, chief. No, my commander is great. He's soft-spoken, he's diligent, he cares, he listens, he picks up the phone. I've got no problem there with what going on with the takeovers today. I'm just mentioning it in a broader platform.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
To please take a look at this. And like I said, the residents, all of our residents, it is at a boiling point. You know, they're just frustrated that they don't think there's anything that can be done. You know, so I think we need to start showing them what we can do. And once again, if between the body and the committee here, if we can come up with something clever where we can enact some sort of legislation, we're willing to do it. We're looking, just like you, to start this. And our residents are looking for us to come up with something. They're looking to see something on TV. They're looking to see an arrest. You know, I mean, even if you did something broader, whatever little thing might be, hey, this is what we did this week. They want to know we're out there and that we're there for them. They want all the sister and brother officers to be safe and go home as well. You know, and they realize this situation with the takeovers, with guns, and not, they're sympathetic. But now it's passed. They want to see some solutions. No one's pointing fingers. We just want to, everybody wants to help to get a solution.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kelly. Thank you for keeping time. Councilwoman Stephanie House-Jones.
Good morning. Just a question through the chair to the team here. The chief, you started off that talked about some of the ordinances, I believe 433.07 and 08. If you can share with us how many people have actually been arrested or cited by those citations?
Chief, do you happen to know?
I do. So through the chair to Councilwoman House-Jones, in 2024, so far this year, there's been 34 citations for the 433.08 or 07. And in 2023, there was 28 citations for that.
Okay. And just through the chair to the chief, so there were those citations for that. Do we know, or do you have the information with those particular cases? Was that the only citation that they had, or were there any other layering of offenses with those cases?
So through the chair to the Councilwoman House, I can say that we only pulled the data for those particular ones from our LERM system. So I didn't look at the individual tickets, so I don't have that, but we can get that for you.
And then as a follow-up, through the chair to the chief, what do we know what the actual outcome resulted in regarding the, I guess, those citations?
So
Chief.
through the chair to Councilwoman House-Jones, we did research the city's site to find out the outcomes of those. We found that there were a portion of those that were dismissed in court. There were some convictions, and then there's some we're still trying to locate where those cases fell.
Okay, through the chair to the chief. So this is one of the things that I think I'm going to go back to just fundamentally about, and again, I'm going to go back to 2014. The Ohio Supreme Court issued a report talking about data disconnect, and as you are talking about, being a part of our system, and many times growth opportunity, I will say that, is that it is very difficult to find the information that people want, that people need to actually make informed decisions, to actually work to see where we need to concentrate our efforts so that we can get different results. And we are at a point now where we should know, we have to know this information, right? Because, we talk about, policies. We can't implement or update policies if we don't have the full picture of what is happening. And so I guess I will put forth through the table here, the collection of us is to work together to actually find out what actually happened in these cases, like being explicitly to the T, like for all 34 in the one case and the 28 in that case, what actually happened, especially in the cases where there were dismissals, what were the lessons learned? Do we know what happened? Was it in procedure? Or, what actually happened? And I don't know if you have that information. I'm not going to even go into that. But hopefully you can understand what I'm saying and being able to present that level of information so that we can actually be reflective to look at our policies, right? I do want to appreciate the law department, shout out Jason in particular, who sent me the information. So I know in one of the cases in the TRICS 433.08, where it's the first incident is a misdemeanor of the second degree. So as long as it's in the misdemeanor category, you actually can change policy to make it a first degree misdemeanor, right? Which means that penalty can be, I think, $500 and up to 6 months, in jail for the offense. But understanding, in the prosecutor's office, is there a layering of the charges and really understanding the story, right? We don't know. Have people, was the individuals who were cited in 2022 or 2023, was it a duplicative? Are those individuals, or were there any repeat offenders? Do you know that question?
So, through the chair to Councilwoman House Jones. So, as far as the collecting of the data, the one thing that we use now is the open data portal, which we're working with Urban AI to get our information out there so it's more publicly accessible. But when we were looking for outcomes of these cases, we have to do it similar to any citizen. We had to go to the city's site and look up each individual case. So once a ticket is completed in our system, it's done. It's not updated with the findings. It's not updated with they were found guilty, or anything like that. So it's out of our control to gather that information, except having to go out there and, do a lot of research. So that's how we got this information. As far as repeat offenders, that is something that we can absolutely evaluate. Looking at the tickets that we're writing and seeing if this is somebody who's repeated behavior that's coming in, we can definitely look at that.
Right.
Council lady?
Thank you. So, I will put this out as another request to the administration, specifically looking at urban analytics, that team. If it's everybody's responsibility, it's no one's responsibility. And so, in particularly when it is coming to not only creating our policies, but the enforcement of our policies, we may need to go down that journey to see what it will take to have a system, because we're not looking for information's sake. We have to be able to look at what the outcome is, right? And while we have separate systems, we are all interconnected, and we should be able to analyze and receive that information in a very interconnected way. And so Urban Analytics, that team, let's put a request out to ask, how do we tie in to our prosecutors' offices, the varying different judicial systems, to then know the full story, right? Because again, for the work that people are doing, most people don't think we're doing the work, right? Why would they? We don't share the information. We can't find the information. It takes us a year to get the information, right? So I think this could really help all of us to understand, you know, where there is things that we're doing well, and like I said, the areas that we really need to improve. And furthermore, being able to communicate to the public, this is the result, this is the time, and this is why we need their partnership, and being able to report individuals that we know are just causing havoc and disruption. That's kind of just the biggest thing, because I know people have said a lot of things, but I really wanted to focus on the legislation that we have in front of us, looking at the real penalties for those cases, as you have identified, that people, you know, have gotten dismissed, and really trying to get an understanding of, for the citations that have been put out, how does that compare to all of the reported cases that involve street racing stunts? So do you have that information of, you know, in 2023 and beginning of 2024, how many, you know, calls or requests for services for those specific acts that we have had reported here in the city of Cleveland?
So through the chair to Councilwoman House Jones, I don't have that data with me. This reflects the actual, you know, what we talked about is the traffic citations. It doesn't talk about the reports that were made or the arsons or the anything else. So that is something that we will work on getting that information for you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to put it forward. I think it is vitally important that we also track the actual amount of costs we have and how it is recorded or marked, and then compare that to the citations, then the outcomes, because again, that tells the story of, you know, for, you know, district commanders, all of things. Hopefully you understand where I'm going. So again, that's basically what I would like to share at that moment. And then I guess also, if we could, you know, it's the conversation of, we don't have, again, when we talk about the amount of officers serving in the city of Cleveland, really going and having the conversation to talk about what are our current team members' workload, right? Because again, as I tell people, just for all workers, it's not just for police, you can be there, but you can get different workloads and capacities just on workers in general. And our first responders and police are not any different than that. And so as we continue, and especially as we are preparing for our budget season, it will be helpful for me. I can only talk about for me, so that I can have conversations with community members in an intentional and insightful way to talk about workload and capacity, and understanding how our current team makeup, what our current workload is, and where there may be, where we're strong at, and where we may need to grow in supporting our first responders, understanding that the field, the career of first responders has evolved over years, right, and generations, and we need to be more mindful that policing in 2024 and beyond is not the same as in the early 20th century or in the early 19th century when we started. And I think we need to be very clear about that, and understanding what that looks like, and what do we anticipate our division of police to look like in the next 10 years. What are the trends seeing? What do we, you know, how do we prepare, you know, how do we prepare our city and citizens to engage, interact, and be in partnership with? So, yeah.
So through the chair to Councilwoman House Jones, I hear you. When the phrase understaffed is constantly thrown around, I'm challenged by that. It really bothers me. So I think that I agree with what you're saying, that they're basing numbers on past, on past police enforcement. It's how we did our job before. We have technology now, we have analysts now, we have a lot of other factors that exist beyond just the officers who are answering the calls for service. So I hear you. We are evaluating that. And is it about being, so dangerously understaffed? I don't think so. I think we're doing a great job. If we could do more, with more, but we're holding our own and we're managing very well.
Yeah, and then the follow-up through the chair to the chief, again, and that's why really trying to hone in on workload, right? To understand
I completely
what
understand.
was in previous history, right? Understanding what the workload was historically and how, for example, technology has positioned our team to be, to deploy differently, to analyze differently, cutting reporting times. I don't know all of those intricacies, but again, I think it would be helpful and insightful for the public in general to understand just the evolution of policing. And as we begin to get into the conversations regarding staffing, that will help. And I think it is vitally important as a leader that we create a pathway of hope and belief in our system, so people will actually be wanting to be a team, to join the team, right? You are much more likely to be attracted to joining a team where you feel like you're going to be supported and that people want you there, versus if you get the negative reviews. It's like going to a restaurant. If you see the star, the place with 4 stars, you're more likely to go to the 4-star place than a 2-star place. And thinking about how our communications as leaders can engender people or get them to be like, that's a place I want to be, that's a place I want to serve, that's a place I want to retire. So and I think all of us as leaders have a responsibility to creating the environment and the vibe that the city of Cleveland is a great place to work and serve, versus doomsday and no, this is so horrible and no, you want to be there. Even if you actually believe it, right? Even if you believe it, sometimes you might not want to say it out loud, right? Give hope, because the words that come out of our mouths can either lift up or tear down. We really need to start working on lifting up if we want to attract the best and the brightest, specifically to work in the city of Cleveland, versus the people that everybody should want, the cream of the cream,
Okay,
and
time.
not just those who happens. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Lee. Our closing will be Councilman Jones, and Councilman Jones has promised he's going to be short, okay?
Mr. Chair, I have one other follow-up
Okay,
question.
all right.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the president.
Mr. President.
Thank you. I would like, if I could, through the chair, to make sure that I understand the timeline. So instead of trying to go through it at the table, can we ask if we can actually get a firm timeline of what actions that took place, like when were the chief and the safety director notified, what actions took place to call people up. I would just like to make sure that we understand the timeline better. So I don't want to try to, unless you could tell me now what time or when did we hear about this first, and then, when do we make sure that we added more people to come in, trying to understand the timeline better.
Through the chair, we'll get that information to you.
Please, thank you. The other thing that I want to make sure that we reiterate, just as a follow-up, were there any arrests or any apprehensions this week with the cars that came in?
Whoever can answer that question.
So through the chair to the council president, we had citations issued. We had cars that were towed. We had, I believe there was arrests made as well. But they were outside of the actual parameter of the takeover. They were people who were en route. We had juveniles that were in a stolen car. We had another individuals, in the 4th District that were cited and a vehicle was towed. We believe they're all connected. They weren't right in the midst of it. It was traveling to and from. And we're looking to make sure that you have all that information. But we do have people we believe to have been a part of that. It's just verifying that they indeed were a part of it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we can
Okay.
get that information, that would be great.
Yeah.
The last couple of things that I want to make sure is, did this happen in any other cities, any other suburban communities, any other surrounding areas, and/or did we notify
Euclid?
some of the other suburban communities that this action took place in our city, so that when they potentially headed out of our city
Okay.
on the freeways, was there anything that we did to try to tell people this just happened in our city and this may be coming your way in order to prepare them?
Okay. Who can respond to that?
So through the chair to the council president, we were in communication with all of our partners, and it did touch all of our, it did touch part of Shaker, part of Garfield, part of Euclid as well. So we were our officers, our frontline officers were constantly communicating. We were also in constant communication with Cincinnati and Columbus. And we are still in communication with both of those cities as well, because it's people who are based there, and we're giving them information that we've learned. They're giving us stuff that they know. This conversation is not over.
Okay, thank you. Just a last thing, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Wants to make sure that we understand this. After action report, have we reviewed body cam footage, car cam footage, looking at all of those different tools? And hopefully, hopefully that someone asked the rank and file. Have anybody done any after action report, district by district, or combination of an after action report with the entire rank and file to see what could be done better? Because sometimes you have to ask the players on the field, what kind of tools and what kind of tactics do you think we need in order to address this? And hopefully, I hope to God, nobody got disciplined for doing their job through this process. So was there any after action report? Did we review camera? Have we talked to the rank and file, the guys that were actually involved with this, like the police union and the people on the ground at the time? And then hopefully, please tell me it was no discipline, or is there any potential discipline involved?
Chief?
So through the chair to the council president, I specifically spoke to each supervisor that night at 4:30 in the morning. Each district completed an after action of what they saw, what they felt, what they heard that night before they went home, and sent it directly to me. So I knew what each of them were experiencing.
Okay.
First thing Sunday morning, we had a debriefing with each district commander. All of our, our deputy chiefs were there. We held a debriefing to talk about what the members were saying and what they were feeling, and to make sure that the message was out there to the constant communication, if there was anything else that they saw for improvements, and to reassure them that we appreciated their hard work. I am not aware of any discipline. There's no discipline-related issues that were brought to my attention. And yes, we are reviewing body camera footage, and that's part of the investigation, just
Thank
to
you.
look at, what they captured and what they felt and saw.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the reason I asked that question is because I'm really, really hoping that, as Councilwoman House Jones just said, that we spend this time trying to boost the morale of the people that are on the front lines that are
Absolutely.
doing this. Because quite frankly, I think part of the challenge that we're dealing with is a morale issue. And I think it's a national tone and tenor, but it's also a local tone and tenor. And we need to encourage, empower our folks to say, if they're doing their job, and if they're doing 21st century constitutional policing, that this body, this community, this police force, and this administration will stand behind them doing their job. And I want them to know that. And I do want to say one other thing. Last I checked, we are part of Cuyahoga County. Was the sheriff involved, and did we engage the sheriff? Because I know that county sometimes has challenges deploying the sheriff into these type of settings.
Okay.
And was the sheriff involved in this at all?
Chief?
So through the chair to the council president, they were a part of this on Sunday night, or Saturday night into Sunday morning, and they are also a part of our task force.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, I got to say this in closing. A couple of our employees actually had spouses that were involved in this melee. And I could see the pain on their face when they talked about this. And I'm going to call and offer my words of encouragement. And I'm also going to offer my words of encouragement to this community. This community deserves better. I know that the men and women had a tough job. I know that there were some challenges that headed our way, but we owe it to this community to make sure that we provide the best services, because we oftentimes forget these folks are paying for these services. Not just the citizens, not just the residents, not just the people who live here, but the stakeholders who are putting up their money and their hard-earned savings, and they have to deal with this every day, every single day. That's why I keep saying, I don't want anybody to think this is a one-off. Every single day, we get calls about these kind of takeovers. And to me, I don't think we are doing, we're not arresting enough people and keeping people accountable, holding people accountable. So once again, I'm always going to be professional because I respect all of the men and women at this table. I've learned more about policing from you, Chief, and Safety Director Drummond, and Deputy Chief Pillow, and Deputy Chief Morris. Mr. Slott, I haven't worked with you, but I heard wonderful things about you, and I love Ms. Carlson. Ms. Carlson has been great. So this is not a reflection. This is the community projecting their frustration, and business owners saying, Blaine, do something. We got to do something. So I just have a sense of urgency, and this is not about disrespect. This is about getting something done for the people in our community. So thank you, and hopefully we'll get that information. And thank you for holding this hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. My honorable colleagues, Councilman Jones referred his comments to the chief.
I have something to say in closing.
Just make it very quick. Councilman Jones and Councilwoman House.
Mr. Chairman, too, and I, join my colleague in his same sentiments. Our citizens are pro-police officers. We're not anti-police in our neighborhood. We are excited when we see our police officers come to our meetings, answer our questions. We want to see the engagement. We want to see the visibility. So when you see me sitting here at this table and you see the passion that's on my face, that's a mirror reflection of what the citizens are asking for in the neighborhood.
Okay.
So even though we have all of these other side pieces, like we have the helicopter, which I think is important, we're talking about the drones, and we're talking about other police tools that could be used. One of the most important too that we have and that we need to continue to talk about here at the table is traffic enforcement. I talked to, Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Measurement, and there's so many requests. We have over 300 streets in the Lee Harbor neighborhood. And just about every single street since I've been there, since we start putting in tables, or what you would better known as speed bumps, the request has been through the roof. And these speed bumps cost us $8,500 each.
Minimum.
Each. And so in our neighborhood, if we want to get speed bumps, if we want to get at least 10, that's $85,000 that the council would have to spend, in addition to what the administration is spending, because the citizens are crying out to slow down the traffic. Just about on every single street, they're racing up and down the streets, and they're causing major damage to property and also to life. And so it's really significant and important that we really do something here, get one of these situations where we know that we're becoming a good traffic enforcement piece. And so I really, Mr. Chairman, feel that we should not just have this hearing, just say what we want to say, and then we're back here again, because we talked about this issue of traffic enforcement 4 years ago, 5 years, 6 years ago. And there were council members now and back then felt that if we're to get the attention of the police command and staff to really pay attention to the needs of our citizens, then maybe we need to hold up the legislation. Maybe we should not be sitting here at the table giving you everything you want, and then at the same time not receiving what we need to have in our respective territories. And so I'm the one, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my colleague Gray that talked about our commander. I think we have a good group of folks here right now, but we need to really fundamentally change this narrative, and part of that is getting enforcement in our communities.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Council.
Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for the work that you do and the service
Council.
that you continue to provide our citizens every day. Thank
Councilwoman
you.
House.
Thank you to the
House
chair.
Jones.
again, this is offering to the citizens, because a lot of people want to know, what could you do? What can I do to be a part of the solution? There are a group of citizens who are beginning to engage and participate in like community court watches. So as we learn about these incidents, these issues happening, because people have been talking about cases get dismissed, things get thrown out. And so if people have been impacted by some of these cases, there is a group that is convening around Community Court Watch, where you can come and participate and engage in the system a little bit more to let our judicial system know what the impact has been when the impacts of these car takeovers, street takeovers has taken place. If people want more information, just reach out to my office, and I'll be more than happy to connect you with the group that is organizing for the Community Court Watches.
Thank you, Council Lady. We have a stack of legislation here. We have one resident who would like to comment on this issue. We're going to have him up in a moment. But I just want to say this to the director, to the chief. You need to keep us apprised of what action will be taken. I've talked to County Prosecutor O'Malley yesterday in length. He said if the cases are sent to him, he will aggressively prosecute these individuals. I want to say that again. Prosecutor O'Malley said he will aggressively prosecute these individuals if cases are sent to him. So I'm hoping you're talking to our police prosecutor, because everything would have to go to her first, then a referral. At the end of the day, you've heard the council loud and clear. We want the law laid down in the city of Cleveland. We want the law laid down in the city of Cleveland, because if not, then what it is, it's a blank check to do whatever you want. And that's not acceptable here. Our residents, as the council president said, our residents deserve better. And we all, as members of council, we're receiving the calls. If you were to look at these phone calls and these emails, you would understand how angry people are in this city. Not just Cleveland residents, but visitors to our city who say they're afraid to come in. They're afraid to come into the city. So at the end of the day, you heard us loud and clear. We appreciate the transparency. Chief, I got to say this. That's very important, and I appreciate you being transparent with me and the briefings, and to the safety director. So we're going to end it there. We're going to jump right in. Mr. Darrell Houston, you have 3 minutes at the table, sir. You wanted to touch on this issue, and as soon as you have a seat here, sir, and somewhere we'll let one of the, right at the end here, and you can express your, identify who you are, sir. Okay.
Excuse me. My name is Darrell Houston.
Is your mic on, sir? Green.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's green.
Green light on?
It's green.
Green light on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to thank you guys for calling this today. This was very enlightening on both sides, as a resident of Cleveland, as a business owner of Cleveland. Some of the things that I heard today, we go back 7 years now, okay? And we haven't addressed these issues whatsoever, period. A lot of you guys have been sitting down here for a long period of time. And to sit here today and hear some of the things I heard from both parties, I have systematically talked to all the higher-ups, including the Sheriff's Department. I sat 3 hours with them. What they told me on one issue, they were willing to come and do things that the Cleveland police can't do because they are undermanned, right? I believe a question was asked to our new police chief, which I support her wholeheartedly. We're understaffed. It's supposed to be 24 zone cars in 4th District. They are running on 6 cars, maybe 8 cars sometime. I have all the data, okay? It's people in this community that want to see everybody do their jobs, okay? And when we talked about those drones, that should have been dealt with the last administration. A lot of things that we're dealing with right now is inherited from the last administration. Although I do applaud some of the new city council members, but I would applaud you guys to start studying and doing your homework, because all of this is public records. The things that you're asking for, you can research it for yourself, okay? And it's not fair to sit here and tell the community that you're doing things when you're not doing them. I'm asking for public records for a lot of different things, for reasons, to show the pattern of ineffective people in positions of power. Mr. Drummond knows me personally. I've been dealing with this for 17 years, okay? We met at a community meeting, okay? A lot of these officers out here, they know me personally. We talk about the dirt bike guys, right? I know all of those people personally, okay? I suffer from a gunshot wound in my head right now. So that's why I was jittering and everything, because I have a bullet in my head, and some of the things that I'm hearing that our city president said was true, okay? We are fed up. The community is fed up. I carry 2 guns, and I will protect myself at all costs. And we don't feel like there's no police officers out here. But most of these police officers want to go to work. They want to protect their community. It takes a unique individual to put that uniform on. Why? Because they're the first responders to everything that's going on in this community. And they leave their families to protect other people. And it's not fair for city council to sit here, and it's not fair for the police department to tell you that they have the manpower that they don't have, okay? These officers are begging for things. You just started aggressively trying to hire police. That's something that should have took place 8 years ago. You knew 400 police officers were up for retirement. You did nothing. Some of you guys are truly responsible for the things that's happening in this community, and it's unacceptable at this point.
Thank you.
EMS, they should have everything they're supposed to have, right? They don't. The fire department, they should have everything they're supposed to have. They don't. You guys pass a lot of money around to a lot of ineffective programs in this community, and that is a taxpayer's waste at its best, okay?
Thank you, sir.
It's not right for us to be experiencing what we're experiencing. These officers, some of these elected officials, it's not right for certain people to sit here and monopolize this city in the way that they're monopolizing. I have yet to hear anybody say anything about reform. Locking them up is not the key. When you lock those up, you think 3 more is going to come behind them. So what, you're going to keep flooding the system?
Thank you.
Because right now, we don't even have beds for the murders that we got downtown right now.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
it's not fair to keep sitting here and
Okay.
doing that.
Thank you, sir,
And I
for your
don't
comment.
like what I'm seeing. I'm going to take everything to the auditor. I have it in my phone. I have it. I'm going to exploit what's going on down here because it's time for change on a lot of different departments. You personally have been sitting here for
Thank you.
40 years, sir.
Thank you.
40 years. 40 years.
Yes, sir.
And I wonder why you never moved out this seat. Okay? You have no other aspirations to be nothing else but sit right there. So what I did is I studied you. And I see that you sit on a lot of different panels. And a lot of those panels are money panels. Okay? And I've been watching that. And I'm
you, sir.
I'm going to hire 2 investigators out of this state to come in here and exploit everything that you guys are sitting here doing to us.
Thank you, sir.
Because it's not
Your
fair.
time is up. Thank
Okay?
you, sir.
I knew my time would be
Thank you.
But the
Thank
media
you.
going to give me all my
Thank
time,
you.
sir.
Thank you,
I
sir.
can promise you guys that.
Thank you, sir. Have a
I
good
can
day.
promise you guys that.
Thank you, sir.
It's not fair to explain
Thank you,
what
sir.
you guys are doing.
Thank you, sir.
Especially you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your opinion. Okay, we have ordinance number 934-2024 as amended by council members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety. You know what, before I call this, let me do this. The administration, you guys, it's 20, you guys need a 10-minute break to hit the restrooms. It's not fair for you to sit here anymore. So it's 20 after. We're going to resume at 12:30. Thank you. Safety Committee will come back in order. I want to thank all my colleagues and members of the administration that have been here through this process, which started at 10 o'clock. We have more than several pieces of legislation. I just want to comment before I read the first piece. There was an individual here who asked to speak from the public, and I just want to indicate again, I know he has, well, I won't go into his issues, but the fact of the matter is, I want to repeat to the viewing public, I would urge anyone to take a look at the city charter. Council, by law, by charter, we cannot hire, we cannot fire, we cannot deploy, we cannot administer. We are prohibited by law. We, as the council president's indicated and I've indicated on numerous occasions, we allocate the funds, we pass on a yearly budget, but it's up to the administration to hire, to deploy, to award contracts. Council cannot. So again, anyone who has any questions along those lines, you can please go online and look at the city charter, which is clearly defined as to our specific roles in city council. So that being said, ordinance number 934-2024 is amended by council members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to enter into one or more agreements with the United States Navy or its designee to display 2 bells and any other memorabilia, I can never say that word, memorabilia, of the United States naval warship, the USS Cleveland, for a period or periods not to exceed a total of 5 years, with 1 or more options to renew not to exceed a total of 10 years, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. It came to us on the first time September 9th. It was approved by Director of Public Safety, approved by Director of Finance. There's no legal objection. Director and whoever would care to comment about the bells from the USS Cleveland.
Thank you, Chair, Safety Chair. I'm going
Oh,
to...
excuse me, there's amendments.
Yes,
I
was gonna say, yeah.
apologize. As amended, wow, okay. We should have copies of this, but anyway. In the title, line 6, after USS Cleveland, insert CL55 and C19, and strike lines 8, 9, and 10 in their entirety, and insert 1 or more options to renew with each renewal period not to exceed 5 years, exercisable by the Department of Public Safety. Number 2, in the first whereas clause, line 1, after Cleveland, insert CL55 and strike line 2 in its entirety, insert February 7th, 1947. And strike, in number 3, strike the third whereas clause in its entirety, and insert whereas the USS Cleveland C-19 warship was decommissioned on about November 1st, 1929, and whereas part of the U.S. Cleveland CL-55 inventory was a bronze bell described USS Cleveland in 1942, and to my colleagues, I was not here at that time, so according to the last individuals at the table, and whereas part of the USS Cleveland C-19 inventory was a bronze bell that depicts 1 or more side Commodore Perry transferring his flag from the USS Lawrence to the USS Niagara and raised lettering reading, "We have met the enemy and they are ours," and depicts on another side Lieutenant O'Keefe from the British Commandant of Marines tendering Commodore Barclay's sword to Commander Perry with raised letters reading, "If victory is to be attained, I will attain it," along with raised lettering on the lower rim of the bell reading, "To the cruiser Cleveland by the citizens of Cleveland." And number 4, in section 1, line 3, strike warship, the USS Cleveland, and insert warships, the USS Cleveland CL-55 and USS Cleveland C-19. And in line 5, strike not to exceed a total of 10 years, and insert with each renew period not to exceed 5 years. Signed by Kevin Roberts. Someone tell me what this is.
To the chair.
Okay.
Well, with me at the table to my left is Assistant Director Jason Shackner, who actually worked on this ordinance. He read through it and actually worked with someone in your office as well on this legislation and some of the amendments. And he can get to more of the particulars. And then to my right is Assistant Director Nicole Carlton. I'll just read it and then Jason
go ahead.
Assistant Director Shackner can jump in as well. If approved by council, ordinance number 934 2024, authorizing the Director of Public Safety to enter into one or more agreements with the United States Navy, its designee, display two bells and any other memorabilia, I have a hard time with that word too,
Yeah.
of the United States Naval warship, the USS Cleveland. The agreements are for a period of, or periods, not to exceed 5 years, with one or more options to renew with each renewal period, not to exceed 5 years, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. The two bells from the USS Cleveland naval warships are currently on display in Cleveland City Hall Rotunda. This legislation would allow the City of Cleveland to continue to display the bells and to allow public access to these historical items by the citizens and visitors to the City of Cleveland. Again,
Okay.
Assistant Director Shackner is here. He worked on the
Director?
legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for all of the amendments to this legislation.
Okay.
The reason why there's so many amendments is because Ms. Mary Louise Daly did educate me on this.
I will
and had to make a
discipline
lot
her
of
later,
changes.
okay? Okay.
If you want an expert on this,
No, I
that's the
don't.
person to ask.
I would choose not at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Essentially, the long and short of it is that we've had these two bells displayed in the rotunda for a bit. Not sure how long, but for a bit.
They're the ones right by the Spirit of 76.
Correct.
No, okay,
Yes.
I got you. Okay,
Two
go ahead.
pictures right here.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, the Navy contacted us, the Naval Historic Heritage Command, saying, you have these two bells, you've had them for a long time. Instead of doing a renewal, since you had them for so long, we want to do a whole new agreement with you. Apparently, there was an agreement sent over way back, not that far back, 2019. It didn't happen for some reason or another, so they re-engaged with us back in May. So this agreement would allow us to retain those bells. It doesn't cost anything to the city to retain these bells. However, I do want to note that I put the amendment for each renewal period not to exceed 5 years. That was also a recommendation of Mary Louise Daly. Our first agreements are generally 5 years for these.
Yes.
They're only going to do a one-year initial agreement with us for these bells because the bell that is the C-19 that has the raised relief needs some restoration work.
Okay.
And we're in the process of creating a RFP to have the restoration work performed. And once we have a plan to do that restoration that has
Okay.
to be approved by Naval Command, we will
Okay.
send that to them, and then they will do a new agreement. For 5
Okay.
years.
So these were bells that were on the USS Cleveland, the warships.
Right, two USS.
And they are now in the rotunda by the Spirit of 76. This is an agreement between the City of Cleveland and U.S. Navy. Are there any questions, my colleagues? Without objection, ordinance number 934-2024 is approved as amended. Please sign it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ordinance number 939-2024 by Councilmembers Polensek and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to enter into one or more contracts with the International Association of Chiefs of Police to conduct training through the Facility Development Workshop and to provide mentoring and instruction through leadership in the police organization training for the Division of Police, Department of Public Safety. Came to us for the first time, first reading, September 9th, approved by Director of Public Safety, approved by Director of Finance, approved by Director of Law. Chief and Director.
Yes, Chair. To my left, back at the table, is Deputy Chief Shalat and also Chief Todd. If you have any specific questions, they're here to answer that, but I'll
Yes, sir.
read here. If approved by council, ordinance number 939-2024 would authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter one or more agreements with the International Association of Chiefs of Police to provide leadership in police organization training on mentoring and instruction on the subject of leadership to the Division of Police Personnel, and to provide a faculty development workshop for training to develop future leadership instructors for the Division of Police. The International Association of Chiefs of Police has provided quality training to the Division of Police in the past and is familiar with the organization and goals of the Division of Police. The total cost of the two training programs is $58,800 and will be funded by the police operating budget. And again, we have both Chief Todd and Deputy Chief Shalat here to answer any questions.
Okay, any, Chief, Deputy,
So Deputy Chief Schlott is our lead for this particular program, so I'm going to let him provide you some more details on
okay,
that.
if you can briefly tell us?
Yes, Chair. This is a fundamental leadership training that's recognized internationally by law enforcement leadership. It provides not only guidance on how to properly lead, but how to address areas of concern with individuals, groups, organization as a whole to build better leaders for the division. We focus on people in current leadership roles to strengthen their skills and for future leaders to strengthen our succession plan as the leaders move out into retirement and other roles.
Okay. Any questions of the committee? Yes, Councilwoman House Jones.
Okay, through the chair to the team here, how does this connect with the consent decree when it comes to promotions, or is there a connection any way at all?
To the chair, to Council Member House Jones, that's a fair question. This leadership program that we're having, it's primarily for supervisors, which means they're already promoted. But there are times that, and Chief Todd, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we do offer the training to non-supervisors as well. So again, this is primarily for officers after they're promoted.
Okay.
And through the chair to Councilwoman House Jones, this is a voluntary training. This is not a requirement for any promotional process. If that helps address your question.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Without objection, ordinance number 939-2024 is approved as read. Please sign it up, my colleagues. Thank you very much. Okay, ordinance number 941-2024 by Council Members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of hazmat suits for the Division of Emergency Medical Service, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year, with 2 one-year options to renew exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. First reading was September 9th, approved by Director of Public Safety, approved by Director of Finance. There's no legal objection. Let me see what we got in here. I don't see an estimated cost in here. Maybe I'm
Yes,
missed it.
yes,
Where is it?
288,000.
200. Well, I'm looking in the ordinance. Maybe, let me see, I'm looking here.
It's in executive
It's-
summary.
It's in the executive summary, but
Yes.
it's not in the ordinance. Where's the Assistant Law Director? Assistant Law Director? I'm going to make sure it's in the ordinance. Okay, make your amendment.
So it can be included.
Yes. What is the dollar amount again?
288,000.
Okay.
Reading to the record, I would like to make amendment to ordinance number 941-2024 under section 3. Please add the total amount of $288,000 not to exceed that funding through 2024 from the general obligation bonds of capital projects.
Thank you. Is there a second to that? Second. Thank you. All in favor of the amendment, the motion? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Legislation is amended. Director?
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner?
Join me at the table is EMS Commissioner Orlando Wheeler. Can answer any questions specific to this ordinance, which is number 941, and if approved by council, would authorize the purchase of hazmat suits for the Division of EMS, Department of Public Safety. The purchase would be made by one or more requirement contracts for a term of 1 year, with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. This legislation will authorize the Division of EMS to purchase hazardous material suits for first responder, safety in hazardous material or biological situations. These suits will replace outdated equipment. The purchase of these suits is in the amount of $288,000 will be funded through the 2024 General Obligation Bonds capital project.
Okay. Commissioner, go ahead.
All right. To the chair, these are essential because our current equipment is outdated, and as Director stated, this provides protection for us for chemical and biological situations in the event that it happens.
Okay. I also have a correction here that according to the Finance Department, the wrong sub-fund was utilized in here. So let me see where it's at here. Sub-fund. It's supposed to be sub-fund, let me see, 20, sub-fund 721. Assistant Law Director, do you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Do we need to make an amendment to that effect?
Yes, please.
Okay. Would someone make a motion that the sub-fund number be corrected to 720, 20, sub-fund 721? Someone make that.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that sub-fund 20 SF 721 is corrected, so corrected fund 20 SF 721.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Amendment is approved. Okay. Any other comments, any questions of the commissioner? But just my last question. How are we doing staffing-wise?
Staffing-wise,
Pull the mic up in front, Commissioner.
sorry. To the chair, staffing-wise, we're pretty good currently. We're at 286. We have a class of 6 EMDs, and we're in the process of interviewing to hopefully be completely staffed. We have some EMT trainees that hope to have in place by mid-October or early November.
Okay. I appreciate that. We appreciate the work of EMS in our city. Without objection, 941-2024 is approved as amended with the sub-fund, new sub-fund. Okay. Yes, yes.
I'm not quite sure. I know I'm answering after the fact, but where's the sub-fund information?
Well, the sub-fund is, hold on, let me look at, in the ordinance, there should be how we're funding that, so I don't have the
Okay.
ordinance right in front of me.
All right.
It will speak to it in the ordinance.
Okay.
As to where the funds are coming from.
Okay, and that's
Okay.
sub-funds.
Thank you. Ordinance number 942-2024, by council members Palencic and Griffin, by department request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of medical stair chairs for the Division of Emergency Medical Services, Department of Public Safety, for a term of 1 year, with 1-year options to renew exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. First reading was September 9th, approved by Director of Public Safety, approved by Director of Finance. There's no legal objection. This one as well would need to be amended with the new sub-fund. So I'll ask Councilman Starr to make that motion.
She said it was, it's not in there. It's going to be added to.
To ordinance number 942.
Yes.
-2024, under section 2, where it says the cost of the contracts or all contracts should not exceed $250,000 and should be paid from 20 square foot 721 instead of 201.
Okay. Estimated cost of that,
$220,000.
220?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because that was in the ordinance as well. Okay. Assistant Law Director, as it pertains to the dollar amount, do we have to amend the ordinance to reflect that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, go ahead,
I
Councilman.
also make a motion to amend this ordinance where under 942, it's not even in, it's an executive summary.
942, but it's not in the ordinance.
Yeah, it's not in the ordinance at all.
Okay.
Under Section 3, please include that the contract should not exceed $220,000, should be paid from 20 SF 721.
Okay. Okay, is there a second to that?
Mr. Chair, this question, I just wanted to read out how it will read now for clarification with the
Go ahead.
sub-funds, because they'll keep recurring. So it will read the cost, section 2 of 94220.
Mr. Lutterick, come to the table. We'll use a microphone, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, section 2 of ordinance number 942-2024 will now read that the cost of the contract or contracts shall be paid from shall not exceed $222,000 and shall be paid from 20 subfund SF 721. And where we're going to strike all the language from the fund or funds to which are credited the proceeds from the sale of bonds authorized by ordinance number 664-2024, passed July 10, 2024.
So, and that's what you're proposing that the amendment read?
That is what my understanding is that council wants the amendment
Yes.
to read.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
Is there a second? You made that motion, Councilman. Is there a second to the second? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That amendment has been approved. Any other questions on 942, 2024? Commissioner, you have any comment?
The director.
Explain what medical chairs are.
Yes, to the chair. Stair chairs are used for extrication from buildings, homes, or other tight spaces in which we can't fit our cots.
Okay, okay. Any questions of the commissioner? Without, again, objection, ordinance number 942-2024 is approved as read. And I would ask, I would hope that the law department would, before these pieces come over to us, would make sure that everything is included within them. Ordinance number 943-2024 by council members Polensek and Griffin by department request an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of patient ventilators for the Division of Emergency Medical Service, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year with 1-year options for renew exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. Approved, first reading was September 9th, approved by Director of Public Safety, approved by Director of Finance, approved by the Law Department. Let me see what we got in this one here. Yep, there's no, go ahead. And, well, I would say this, Director, does anybody look at this stuff before it comes to us?
Yes.
Well, sub-funds are missing, and the dollar amounts are missing.
To the chair, we'll make sure that these are correct. Well, going further,
Yeah, but
we'll make sure that
yeah.
that information is included
I mean,
going further.
we need, the members of the body and the viewing public need to understand when we're dealing a piece of legislation, if there is a cost associated with it, we need to know what that cost is and what sub-fund it's coming from. Councilman Starr.
Yes, to ordinance number 943-2024, under Section 2, that the cost of the contract or contract should not exceed, it should say $540,000, and should be paid from 20 sub-fund -2021, and you will also strike, as I read, be paid from the funds or funds to which are accredited to proceed from the sale of bonds authorized by ordinance number 666-2024, passed July 10, 2024, if issued for this purpose, and shall also be charged against the proper appropriation account.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Any objections? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, amendment is approved. Director?
Yes,
And,
Mr. Chair.
okay.
If approved by council, this ordinance, which is number 943-2024, would authorize the purchase of patient ventilators for a division of EMS, Department of Public Safety. The purchase would be made by one or more requirement contracts for a term of 1 year, with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. This legislation would authorize the Division EMS to purchase patient ventilators for respiratory support to patients with compromised respiratory conditions. The purchase of patient ventilators in the amount of $540,000 will be funded through a 2024 general obligation bonds capital project.
Okay. Commissioner, any comment?
To the chair, these are essential for providing efficient mechanical ventilation for those suffering from any type of ventilatory distress.
Okay. Questions of the committee, Councilman Jones?
Mr. Chairman, to the commissioner, looking at this particular piece here, how many ventilators are we talking about? And are these ventilators going to be in all of our safety vehicles?
Through the chair to Councilman, we are talking about 27 ventilators, and it will be in every frontline vehicle.
So we have 27, when you say frontline, you're talking about the EMS trucks, Mr. Chairman, to the commissioner?
Through the chair to Councilman, yes, we have 25 frontline vehicles, and 2 are in case of, well, one is for training, and the other one is in case we have any issues with, for repair or anything else.
Now, I just off of memory, and you could correct me here. When was the last time we updated our ventilators in your trucks?
Through the chair to the councilman, we have never had ventilators. We have always done manual ventilation. This is an attempt to make more efficient and more to benefit the patients in the long run.
So as they ride in the truck, there's more smoother oxygen moving through the truck? I mean, explain how this works.
Well,
Commissioner?
through the chair to the councilman, a ventilator provides mechanical ventilation such as what happens when in the hospital when you see people on life support. It's mechanical. It provides a more smooth and efficient oxygen delivery without the possibility of human error. This is for people that need CPAP, which for those individuals in respiratory distress, those with BiPAP who are in respiratory distress, and those who need complete ventilatory support for those in cardiac arrest or stop breathing for any other reasons.
I got it. And so I guess what have we been using at this point? Because I thought we had some kind of mass system in place.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, to the commissioner.
Through the chair to Councilman, we've only used manual, and what you've seen is we have a form of CPAP. Yes, we have a form of CPAP which is it's still mechanical because we have to connect it to oxygen. And with the ventilators, we no longer have to connect it to oxygen except in certain conditions. So we've always had manual only.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not unready on this. It just seems like this is an upgrade to our vehicles. And what is the life, Mr. Chairman, of one of these ventilator systems?
Through the chair to the councilman, we're looking at anywhere from 7 to 10 years with proper maintenance and upkeep.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any other further questions of the committee? Without objection, 943, 2024 is approved as amended. Ordinance number 945-2024 by council members Polensek and Griffin by department request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of turnout gear for the Division of Fire, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. First reading was September 9th, approved by Director of Public Safety, approved by Director of Finance, approved by Director of Law. And I want to say to the viewing public, when I
read those, approved by, those are all divisions and departments that have to review a piece of legislation before it comes to us. So that is a process that is undertaken then by the administration before it comes back to City Council. Director and Chief, and who else is at the table?
Thank you, Chair. Joining me at the table is Captain Talbin and also Chief Luke from the Fire Division.
Okay.
They'll be here answering any questions relative to this ordinance, which is ordinance number 945-2024, authorizing, if approved by council, ordinance number 945-2024 would authorize the purchase of turnout gear for the Division of Fire, Department of Public Safety. The purchase would be made by one or more requirement contracts for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. This legislation will authorize the Division of Fire to purchase turnout gear to replace existing worn turnout gear currently in use by firefighters. The firefighter turnout gear is in the amount of $202,564 will be funded through the general obligation bonds capital project. And again, they're both here to answer any questions relative to this ordinance.
Before I call upon the command staff and the chief, I want to refer to Councilman Starr. There is another amendment needed on this one, including the dollar amount. Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make an amendment to ordinance number 945-2024 in section 2, that the cost of the contract or contracts shall not exceed $202,564 and shall be paid from 20.
There's a difference. We have 225 on this one. There's a discrepancy in the amendment. We have in your summary, you have 202, and then in the amendment, it's 225. Do you know which one it is?
Yeah, because in
225.
225, okay.
225, so
Okay.
please, let me reiterate. Ordinance number 945-2024, Section 2, that the cost of the contract or contracts should not exceed $225,000 and should be paid from 20 SF 721, and then you want to strike be paid from the funds or funds to which are accredited to proceed from the sale of the bonds authorized by ordinance number 66-2024, passed July 10, 2024, if issued for this purpose, and shall also be charged against the proper appropriation accounts.
Okay, is there a second to that amendment? Second. Any objection? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Without objection, the amendment is approved. Chief, floor is yours, sir.
Afternoon, Chair, council people. This is our annual allocation of turnout gear for the suppression firefighters. An ensemble of turnout gear costs approximately $5,000 per set. You have $1,700 approximately for the coat, $1,400 for the pants, a couple hundred for the boots, the helmet. We get this annual allocation to replace turnout gear that the firefighters currently have. A turnout gear set has a life expectancy of 10 years, and that's based on the National Fire Protection Association standard.
Okay, so as it pertains to our, Chief, how many, where are we within the ranks as of today? Do you happen to know?
We have 756 uniform members out of a budgeted number of 757.
So we're pretty close.
Yes.
Okay, which is good. As it pertains to the turnout gear, so this additional purchase is going, I just want to get, this is for replacing existing equipment or for new cadets coming on?
This is for replacing existing equipment for firefighters that are currently employed with the division.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Jones.
On these the turnout gear that we have in front of us, this is our annual allocation every year for this? It wears out, the gear, I presume, wears out within an annual basis?
Yeah,
It's
every-
only good for 1 year?
No, every year, we usually get a capital allocation between $200,000 and $300,000, and that allows us to rotate gear of the members that are currently serving. Each firefighter has 2 sets of turnout gear, so if they respond to a structure fire during a shift, that gear is then deemed contaminated and has to be washed, and then they use their backup gear until they get the wash gear back.
I see.
So the gear is rated for 10 years. So we just rotate through. We keep the expiration dates on records. And as their expiration dates come up for an employee, we rotate their turnout gear out of service.
And how many sets will you be able to get with these funds that's being allocated?
That funding will allow us to get approximately 45 sets.
45 sets. On average, you're looking at 45 sets a year. So are we keeping up, Mr. Chairman, to the chief?
Yep. Currently, we are able to keep up on the allocation of turnout gear, and we have some additional funding for the replacement, a wide-scale replacement of turnout gear because of some changes that's coming in the industry. So for turnout gear, we're pretty set.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I would just suggest, at some point, the previous committee of the last term had an opportunity to go out to spend a day with the firefighters and really see the kind of work that they go through and see the kind of equipment that they have. I had an opportunity to put the equipment on. It was pretty heavy, and they had to slug up an entire hose pipe and crawl on my knees through fire and go up a ladder. And it is really strenuous work, and it would be good if this council can also get that opportunity, if that's okay with the chief and the captain.
Well, we'll coordinate that with the chief. Anyone who likes to go through that training exercise, I did it a couple times. The last time I did it many, many years ago, I had both ears get burnt. So therefore, yes, I did.
How long ago?
Long time ago. And they were still wearing helmets then, okay? Remember that, okay? So after getting both ears burnt and having gauze on them for a week, I decided I wasn't going to do that anymore. So,
Your ears look good now.
Thank you. Yeah, it was an experience, to say the least, okay? And so I will not go through that exercise again. Any of my colleagues who would like to volunteer for that, I certainly encourage that.
I signed up for the conditioning for the police.
Okay, good.
How do you run?
Any other questions on ordinance 945-2024 as amended? Without objection. Oh, just one last question. The turnout gear that we rotate out that is no longer usable, what do we do with that?
We destroy it.
You destroy it. It could not be offered to, as we have offered with the vests from CPD. We offered those to, in fact, we offered them to Ukraine, and they took them. Could these be offered to a third world country or anyone who could possibly utilize them for their?
That's probably a better question for the law department, but our understanding is since that turnout gear is beyond the NFPA standard to be usable,
Okay.
if we offered it to anyone else, the city would incur a liability for the use of that turnout
On
gear.
the vests were, again, older vests, but there was some, the law department did something where they were able to, I don't know if they paid for them or whatever it was, or it was a nominal amount, but they were very appreciative to get them. And I'm just wondering on turnout gear, we have a lot of struggling third world countries that maybe don't have the ability to even buy turnout gear for their firefighters. I'm just thinking about it.
And also to the chair, when we rotate the turnout gear out of service, it's pretty beat up.
Pretty beat up. Okay,
Because
well,
we,
at least we'll
we
make it-
cycle through fires.
We'll make an inquiry.
Yep.
And that pertains to any other gear for both police and fire that is no longer usable by our standards, but maybe someone could utilize them. Okay, thank you very much. So without objection, 945-2024 is approved as amended. Okay, please sign it up. We have 2 more pieces left, and I appreciate everybody's due diligence and time today. We dealt with a lot of issues here. Ordinance number 987-2024, 24 as amended by Council Members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend various sections of Chapter 396 of the Codified Ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, enacted by ordinance number 2020-A-96, passed December 14, 1998, relating to notification, environmental abatement, and securing of closed or vacated facilities. Director-in-Chief, would you care to comment?
Sure. If approved by council, the ordinance, as you just stated, which is number 987-2024,
Yes, sir.
would amend various sections of codified ordinances, Chapter 396, relating to notification, environmental abatement, and securing of closed or vacated facilities. These amendments are to update these sections of the codified ordinances to mirror the state code.
Okay, so I'm going to read the sections,
Okay.
the new amendments. In number 1, in Section 1, it's amended, Section 396.01D, lines 2 and 3, strike chapter and insert chapter in both places. Number 2, in Section 1, add amended Section 396.03F, line 1, after not less than insert 30 in Division F1, line 3, strike the first for this fire code and insert Title 10. No, that's Title 11, I think, right? Title 11, Fire Prevention Code of the Codified Ordinances. This fire code in Division H, line 1, strike chapter and insert chapter. Number 3, in Section 1, add amended Section 396.05B, line 10, strike 11/8 inches and insert 1 1/8 inches in line 12, strike 6 millimeter and insert 13 millimeter, and in line 13, strike 11 4-inch and insert 1 1/4 inches, and in division line 5, strike prevention. In number 4, in Section 1, add amended Section 396.07D, line 1, italicize civil actions. Okay. Chief, any comments on this?
I'll let Fire Marshal Telvin
Okay,
give you
sir.
a summary of the ordinance.
Fire Marshal, introduce yourself and tell us how long you've been on the force.
Okay. I'm Fire Marshal Dave Telvin. I've been on for almost 31 years.
Okay,
I've been in my position for the last 3.5.
okay.
The objective of updating this ordinance is basically to put parameters on these building owners that consistently leave our city and leave their property in disarray with hazardous substances, and it's not safe for the citizens in our city, and there's always issues that go along with that, as you all know.
Right.
Biggest thing on this, the updates, it holds the property owner, the operator or the party in control responsible for if they have to notify the city within a time frame prior and pull a permit that they're vacating their property. And that way we can make sure we inspect it, that they vacate with all their stuff too. So that's the first part of it. If for whatever reason, if they do not take their equipment out, this update to this ordinance will allow the city to go after the property owners to make sure that they take their stuff with them. If they do not remove their hazards within a timely, good time frame, the city will then have the opportunity to contract with an environmental cleanup, which again, the financial responsibility will go on to the owner, operator, or party in control. And this way we can get it cleaned up in a timely fashion so we don't have an eyesore. We also put in a part into there as far as the signage that we want and how big it needs to be. Security, if they need to have a 24-hour security guard, if they need to have fencing around the property. All that is listed in the update to the ordinance. Also, if we are in a situation where there's dumping on the property, which we know that all happens,
Yes.
that again is the property owner's responsibility. And if they don't clean it up, we have the priority to call a environmental cleanup and remove it, and they're responsible. I know it comes down, there's a monetary fine at the end there that's about $1,000 per day if they're not in compliance with this ordinance. I believe the permit was $250. I believe that's in there as well. And that's pretty much it. Prior to this, the old ordinance doesn't have those, criteria, which makes it tough when we go to try to clean these places up.
Okay. So we are littered on the east, especially.
You got that right.
We are littered on the east side with abandoned buildings, old factories. I know I've been dealing with the old National Acme site over there off of Kirby, which is a monster. I think it's 15 acres of God knows what there. And so what I'm trying to understand, so under this ordinance now, with the amendments, the owners of the property, or even an operational, well, let's back it up, an operational building, if they plan to close that premise, they have to notify the city.
Yes.
Within what period of time?
I believe it's either 15 or 30 days. It was 30 days. I think they moved it to 15.
So would this include?
There would have to be a facility closure plan that has to be turned into the city no later than 30 days. Well, that's 30 days after title and control of the property, so they have to give us their closure plan.
So would this include, I'm closing a bank branch, I'm closing a drugstore, I'm closing a gas station?
I believe from the way I read it, this is for anyone that has hazardous materials or hazardous substances on the property.
Okay.
Not just any business.
So in theory, a gas station would fall in?
Yeah, gas station, they have tanks underground.
Right.
They need to be removed. If they're,
Okay.
if they're going to shutter the station, per the Buster rules, they have 1 year to remove the tanks.
Okay.
And that, we found several that
So-
haven't complied to that.
So a drugstore or a bank would not fall under that category? No, okay. Then the city has, with the amendments that are being made with this ordinance, has the ability to physically go in there and abate the nuisance? Okay. And how are we going to pay for that? How do we pay for that?
Well, in here as it's written, they'll either have to pay the fees.
Right.
Or there's a lien will be put on the property that
Okay.
sits in the ordinance.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a issue. I brought this to the attention of the previous chief of the fire department, and it is the gas station that is closed down at DeForest and Lee Road. And I guess my question is, did they, Mr. Chairman, to the captain, did they, or to the chief, did they remove those tanks?
At the present time, the one brother came back into the country. They also have a station at 7910 Harvard. They own both stations. Because when they left, didn't, as you can attest to it, they left big holes all over the place. We had streets go out and fill everything, so it was safe as far as, kids
Yes.
can't fall in anything
Yes.
and get hurt, and which we try to make it safe as possible. Our law department has been in contact with their attorneys, and that's where it's at right now. They're pulling everything out. They're trying to say they're going to reopen the stations, which isn't feasible because the tanks have been there for so long that not in operation, they would need to remove them anyway. So we're trying to work something out to get them to remove it. If not, I was going to go up to the Buster next and see if we can get any traction with the state.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, certainly to the captain on this particular issue, right now our community has a vacant piece of property. It is an eyesore. It's right across from the church, and I have, at my own expense, have cleaned that site up. And then when we got Director Williams in there, he has been out there and has cleaned that site up from this administration several times. It's costing the city a lot of money. There has been no movement here, and to you, Mr. Chairman, and to the captain, I would like to see us really start moving in a direction. I mean, how long do you wait to take care of these issues? This is several years now. And the one on Harvard has been abandoned for the last 20, 25, 30 years.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying?
No, no, I
So,
hear you.
so
I hear
when,
you.
so when we have to go out and mitigate, Mr. Chairman, to the captain, people's property, we should be wasting no time with
Right.
going through the process. So please, with Godspeed, have those tanks removed. Get this person moving in a direction that he's going to either do something with this property or he's not. And we don't, as the chairman said earlier, we have a whole lot of empty and vacant parcels. So if you could please get on top of this, Captain, I've asked for it, and it's just been in limbo. And then the second one, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
is these junkyards. You know, so with this, how do you handle these issues as it relates to these junkyards? We have a lot of violations. We have people, and this is also to the safety director. When we're talking about vehicles being parked, we have a lot of junkyards. And Mr. Chairman, to the director on Miles Avenue, this is one of our biggest issues. We have a lot of parked vehicles on the actual sidewalks. They are breaking them up, breaking them down, and hazardous materials like oil and whatever stuff that they're doing and fixing the mechanic work. We really need to clear that up. Citizens are upset and angry about it. And so how do you go with dealing with situations like this in junkyards and in places where you literally can see the contamination on the land?
Okay, with,
Through the chair, thank you,
through the
Captain.
Councilman.
Go ahead.
There's like almost a joint operation.
Pull the mic in front of you so we.
There would have to be a joint operation, because a lot of that, what you're speaking about, is under building and housing's jurisdiction, as far as the cars on the
Yep.
sidewalk and that, because they're working outside of their certificate
Yes.
of occupancy. So what we'd have to do is pull out their certificate of occupancy and see exactly what they're supposed to have in there for one, and then go beyond. Most of these cars are supposed to have a reclamation center where they drain all those fluids into tanks that they remove. That's how it's supposed to be. And if they're not doing that, then we can step in as far as hazardous substances.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to work with the captain and the police chief, safety director, if you could organize that, because we have an ongoing issue, and we need to clean it up for the betterment and health of our neighborhood and our community. And I need your assistance with being able to deal with these problems that are ongoing in my neighborhood. And, Mr. Chairman, in some instances, these situations, these people don't even have, they're not even zoned to be doing the work they're doing. So I really need your assistance and help. And then we can work with the director or whatever that may mean. But technically speaking, this has been an ongoing issue, a problem for the citizens of my neighborhood, and I need your help.
Okay. To the chair, Councilman Jones, if you can provide that address on Miles, you said, where they're parking on the street, working on the parking on sidewalks and working on them.
Here's where it gets so bad.
housing.
Here's where it's really bad, Mr. Chairman, to the safety director. You can go on any day, at any time, from East 131st Street and Miles Avenue, and come all the way up to Miles Avenue to about East 151st Street. Between that point and the starting point, you will always see these mechanic shops, these junkyards, and all their violations, and how much of it is an eyesore and having a negative impact on the quality of life of citizens. So at any moment, and I'll say this too, Mr. Chairman, I didn't say it earlier, the 4th District has more phone calls for service than any other district. And Mr. Chairman, some of those numbers are even double. So I guess my question is, we need more help in the 4th District, Mr. Chairman. And it has always been told to me that you put the manpower where your major cause for service is located. And so we need more manpower, Mr. Chairman. I'm lobbying for the 4th District. I need your assistance and help, because we are drowning right now with all sorts of problems and issues, in particular in that district, in addition to our neighborhood in particular. So anytime you can go up that sidewalk and you'll see the violations.
To the chair, I'll take a look myself, and I'll work with the chiefs and also the housing department to take a look at those situations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to working with you, Safety Director, the Captain of the Fire Department, and the Chief of the Fire Department, Mr. Luke, I'm sorry, and Chief Luke, yes, Chief Anthony Luke. Hopefully I'm saying that right. And I look forward to really vigilantly working with you to try to come up with some resolution to these ongoing issues that go all the way back to since before I was born.
Okay. Any other questions of the committee? I would just say
I
that.
do.
Oh, you got a
I
question,
do.
Councilwoman?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
through the chair to the team. Under Section D, under civil actions, how did you all come up with a civil penalty of no more than $1,000 per day for the violation? What is that based on?
What page are you looking at?
Page 5.
Page 5, okay.
Was it under the costs?
Section D.
Section D.
Civil action.
Civil action.
Oh, I have a different,
Yeah, just,
You
you
wanna
just
take
look
it
under,
to mine?
just look under civil actions.
okay, down here, okay. Okay, well, like I said, when I got this document, it came from law. And law made a lot of changes to this document, and then they asked me to read through it and see if there's anything else. And a lot of the hazmat stuff and things like that is what I added into it.
Right.
These figures were already on, and I believe they go back to other ordinances under penalties, as far as, the law
They-
director
yeah, I
could
would-
probably,
yeah.
look
Yeah,
at
I'll
that
ask
one.
clarification from law department. How did, what is the basis on the civil action of
Because I know that's a
$1,000?
standard, it's in the other ordinances under or for civil action or penalty as pretty much word for word is what's here. And I don't know off the top of my head what those are.
Yeah, I just like, yeah, if law can clarify
Assistant Law
what
Director,
that
do you
is.
care to comment?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of this. I will look into this. I didn't work on this legislation, but I'm happy to confer and get back to you.
Yeah, because
Thanks.
we'd like to know that is, because obviously it has to still go on the Finance Committee, but we'd like to know that based on the council lady's question.
Yeah, I think it's really important to understand when we are putting numbers and values out, to understand the basis of it and go from there. And so having clarification, that would be helpful.
Any other questions? I would add this, as Councilman Jones and others and all of us can attest to. Do you happen to have a list? Do you have a list of all gas stations in the city?
To the chair, I might have one of my guys that does most of the buster work, and we do have a list of the gas stations. I have one inspector, Lieutenant Hills, who's been going through every gas station over the course of this year. And obviously, whenever they have any type of tank work or things like that, they have to pull state permitting, which there's Buster that governs the state. Cleveland is a delegated city, so we do our own Buster work in the city of Cleveland.
Yes.
We're all certified Buster inspectors.
Explain Buster to the viewing public what that is.
It's the Bureau of Underground Storage Tanks,
Okay.
basically. And that's all through the State Fire Marshal's office. So the State Fire Marshal's office pretty much does the whole state. Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati,
Right.
Toledo are delegated, which we take care of our own areas.
Yes. Okay, so is it broken down by ward, or how's it broken down?
It's by address, because
Okay.
there's a website called Otter, which is through the state, which you can put in the addresses and the information comes up.
Could you provide to us a breakdown by each ward of the locations, the addresses where there are gas stations?
It'll take a day or two to
Okay,
put it
well,
together, because I'll have to go through
it doesn't
by
have to
hand.
happen tomorrow, but if you could put that together and provide that to each member, the locations in their ward where there are gas stations. I mean, I can remember as a kid, there were 13 gas stations on Lakeshore Boulevard. Now there's one. I'm just wondering, I often wonder on some of these sites, are the tanks still in the ground, in there?
Yeah.
You know, because in the day, who knows what they did in the day 80, 70, 60 years ago, okay, with these locations. So, and the other question I have, and this is what guys, both to the chief and you, so often we're looking at buildings that are fire damaged, that just seem to sit. Now, you mentioned a moment ago a partnership or interaction with building and housing, but I keep asking myself, how long can a fire damaged building just sit there? I have one that's been arsoned twice, and it sits, and it sits, and it sits, and I have, young men every day have to walk past it on their way to Ginn Academy, and it just irritates the living tar out of me that I have to look at this burned out hulk sitting there, and these young men have to, on their way to school, have to walk past this place. And I keep asking myself, how long does a building just sit there fire damaged?
To the chair, that could be, there's several situations where that might occur. Usually when we have a structure fire, the incident commander will make an assessment when we conclude our operations.
Yes.
Whether the building is viable for habitation in the
Yeah.
future, or if it presents a danger to the community.
Okay.
If it presents a danger to the community, we refer that building to building housing
Okay.
for a demolition request.
Yeah.
If the incident commander determines that, or has a suspicion that there was arson committed there,
Well, these arson signs are on.
we have to refer that to the arson
Yep.
unit for investigation.
Okay.
Even if we determine that it's a hazard to the community and refer it for demolition, building and housing has to wait for arson to complete its investigation
Okay.
before they demolition the building.
So then I would just get an address to you to see if the arson unit has completed their investigation?
Anytime you can send addresses over to me, and we can immediately give you the status of
Okay.
that site, whether we've referred it to building and housing, whether it's under investigation for
Yeah.
arson.
Okay. I think it's just, again, you know, that whole, well, that old statement we know all too well, perception is 9/10 of reality. When you look at all this abandoned stuff, fire damaged property, and we're trying to encourage people to stay in our neighborhoods and to invest in our neighborhoods, it just creates a major problem for us. And I'm reminded every Sunday when I go past this thing on my way to church, this, you know, derelict sitting there, you know, fire damage and all the windows broken out of it and da-da-da-da-da-da. But my colleagues could all point to different homes and buildings in their own neighborhood that they're dealing with the same thing. And I think we collectively have just got to become far more aggressive in dealing with this stuff, far more aggressive dealing with it. And, you know, that's why I continue to say, if there's something, and that's why I'm glad to see that, if there's something that the council needs to amend or improve upon, bring it to us. You brought us today, this piece, to improve upon, giving you additional authority. We're open. We want to be supportive, but you're the ones enforcing the law. There might be something that we're not aware of that you need to make us aware of. So I would urge you again, Chief and Captain, continue to look at the ordinances that you're utilizing, and there's things that we need to improve upon, increase penalties, do whatever we need to do. Get it to us, and we'll take the appropriate action.
On
So,
that point, Mr. Chairman.
on that point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with everything, concur everything you're saying. We here at this table support all of what you do, the work you do, and wanting to make sure that you have the tools necessary to be able to do that work that needs to be done. All of us sitting here at this table in our respective territories are suffering from abandonment. And you know, whatever we need to do at this table to help power you, Chief, and to power you, Captain, and Safety Director here, and Commissioner, we want to be able to be in that play to do that, because building and housing needs some serious help. It's so obvious when you drive up and down our streets and see the conditions that you see in certain areas and certain communities, and just for the most part throughout the city of Cleveland. It's unacceptable. And you don't see this in other areas in other communities. So help us, help our city, and you know, whatever you need, we need to be able to do that. But I just think, Mr. Chairman, building and housing probably needs another group of folks to help them.
Yes, thank you. Okay, without objection, ordinance number 987-2024 as amended is approved. Please sign up. We have one last piece. And again, I thank you everyone for sticking with us all this time. Ordinance number 1008-2024 by council members Polensek and Griffin by department request, an emergency ordinance to amend contract PS 2023-0119 with Axon Enterprise Incorporated to consolidate various contracts with Axon for purchases and service for the various divisions of the Department of Public Safety. Approved first reading of September 23rd. The administration asked that this be heard because of time restraints. It's been approved by Director of Public Safety, approved by Director of Finance. There's no legal objection to the Director and Mr. Jones are at the table. indicate to us what this is? And
Thank you.
Is there any
Thank you.
Representative Axon here today?
Yes, we have
Okay.
two in the back there.
Okay. If you gentlemen come to the table as well, we have questions of you. Thank you.
To the chair with me at
Yes.
the table still is Assistant Director Carlton, and to my left, who just sat down, is Deputy
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Jones. He's here to really get into the details of this
Tell us what
particular
this is.
legislation. I'm going to read a little bit here, and then Deputy Commissioner Jones, I can't call him Larry, will get into the particulars and answer any technical questions that I can't answer.
Okay, thank you.
This is ordinance number, as stated before, 1008-2024. And then here's the scope of legislation. This legislation would authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter into an amendment to contract number CT 6001 PS 2023-0119 with Axon Enterprises, Inc. for equipment, professional services, and cloud hosting services, which includes body-worn cameras and storage, taser devices, Axon Air, unmanned aerial vehicles, which are the drones, Axon auto tagging, Axon Response, Fusus, Citizen for Communities, Performance Data Services, Redaction, virtual reality training, investigate and interview rooms for the Department of Public Safety, divisions of police, fire, EMS, and animal care and control. And here's a desired outcome. The desired outcome is to combine all the Department of Public Safety Axon contracts into one bundled contract. And that's the key here. Until we have multiple contracts, we want to bundle them into one. Today, the city has separate contracts, purchase orders for in-car dash cameras, which is by Axon, body-worn cameras, tasers, redaction, Fusus, digital evidence management, Axon Air, Investigate software interview room, which all expire and invoices at different times.
Okay.
And again, we have multiple contracts. They all expire at different times. And this particular ask is to have them one contract, one expiration date. But by consolidating contracts and moving into a new renewal term of 5 years with 5 one-year options to renew, the city will lock in 2024 rates at a discounted bundle price. That's key as well. And here are a couple key points. Reduction in liability by updating expired technology, creating more transparency and accountability by enabling critical software features that are currently used via a temporary free trial. Technology refreshes throughout the contract with no change to price. Integrated systems and applications to modernize technology, remove local storage needs, disparate systems, and there are various prices associated with them. We have the amendment to the contract for year one is $3.8 million or $3,837,552.38. Years 2 to 5, cost would be $5,473,248.44, which would be subject to the approval of the yearly operating budget by Cleveland City Council. And again, there's a lot in this particular ordinance, and Larry, Deputy Commissioner Larry Jones is here to provide clarity and answer any questions that the council may have.
Okay, Larry Jones.
Yep. Good afternoon, Chair, council members. One of the key elements to this is, as the director mentioned, the bundling of services. So just to give you a example right now, body-worn cameras need to be replaced. So previously we had budgeted that for 2024 out of our IT capital. One of the benefits to bundling this is currently every 2.5 years, every 2 to 2.5 years, body cameras need to be replaced. We were fronting that cost up front, meaning this was a capital cost every 2.5 years. As part of this bundle program, we would receive upgrades in 2026 and also 2028. To give you an example of replacing body cameras for the division, you're probably talking about $1.1 million to outfit all 1,200 officers with body cams. Another example is the tasers. So currently we're at the T7 taser. The newest model is the T10, which offers additional features as it relates to the distance an officer can be away from the subject, and also the prones that are actually released via the device. Today, the T7 sends 2 prones. The new device, I think, sends close to 10. So again, that protects the officer and also allows for more accuracy as the taser is actually deployed. Again, to replace tasers for the division, we're talking about another $5.7 million. That would be another one-time cost, but as part of this bundle, all that's included. One of the things that is important that we have received via trial membership via Axon, and I just want to say Axon has been a great partner, and this dates back to when the chief, the director was chief and even a DC back then, when we went out to see body-worn cameras and other technologies from the vendor. We've got the opportunity to trial different products. So as it relates to the redaction software, so as you can imagine, anytime there's an incident, there's a request for body-worn cameras. The mobile support unit actually has to redact that video, whether it's children's faces, personal identifiable information. You get 10 officers on the scene, that could take tons of hours just for those officers to redact all that video. Axon has released a smart redaction platform that has greatly minimized the time it takes to do those redactions. This is thrown in as part of that. One of the things that we utilized during the May 30th civil unrest was Axon has a platform where we can actually solicit to the community. If you have videos, if you have pictures that could help us aid in our investigation, we were able to set up a portal and receive all that data real time from the citizens. The other thing that's key that I'll close on is even the operations with our real-time crime center. So Axon actually acquired the Fusus product, which we use, and AD Carlton has been a great champion of going out to the business districts, the residents and the owners, getting folks to sign up, and also allow us to take their camera feeds and their public-facing camera feeds into this platform, which has greatly enhanced our real-time crime center operations.
Okay.
But the back end of that also is accepting video from whether it's your convenience store, having one platform, which is our digital evidence management system via Axon, where we can ingest all that video and not worry about it's not the right codecs or any of these things. They have tools that accept that video and allow us to play it in real time. So a lot of times you get video from a gas station and you'll search, 2 to 3 days trying to find the right codecs just to play that video. This software takes care of that. So there's a lot of functions, features that this bundle package benefits the city that we currently do not have.
Okay. Okay. So we're combining all the existing, you're proposing that we combine all the existing contracts we have with Axon. That's what this legislation is, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Who is not wearing body cams right now within the Division of Police?
To the chair, all members of the Division of Police are assigned a body camera. Every single member.
Including the chief?
Including the chief. Every
Okay.
single member in the Division of Police has a body camera.
Okay.
I had to turn mine in, by the way, but I had one too.
Okay. And they are, those are all Axon cameras?
To the chair, correct, we have contract with Axon for the body cameras as well as the in-car cameras, dash
So
cameras as
they
well.
supply us the cameras and they maintain the cameras?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. The dash cams. Where are all the dash cams now?
To the chair, they're installed in the frontline cars.
All the frontline vehicles?
All the frontline vehicles have dash cameras, that's correct.
Does that include sergeants out in the field?
To the chair, every single frontline car, if
Okay,
there's
I
a
wanna make
sergeant,
sure.
every single car is out.
Okay.
Frontline cars are outfitted with.
Because you know, this is stuff
in-
I
dash cameras.
advocated for years, the body cams, the dash cams, et cetera. So I'm very much appreciative and supportive of that because I thought it was a leveling field to protect our men and women in blue and also to protect our citizens, which I think is extremely important as well, especially in light of the fact that we're in a consent decree. The synopsis here that you provided to us, you've also touched upon, is in here, with regard to, let me look at it right here.
I know what you're looking for.
I know what
Chair.
you know what I'm looking for.
I do.
Unmanned aerial vehicles. Okay, explain that one to me.
Through the chair to the council member, so as part of the drone software, so what allows us to stream that video back, operate the drone, is actually a software platform that Axon provides. So essentially, we've partnered with Axon so that when we're controlling the drones, if we're live streaming the video, so for instance, when you did speak of the events that took place, in the future, anytime those drones go up, whether we're viewing it through our Fusus application or via the Axon application, we will be able to see that video in real time.
Are those drones Axon drones that we have, the 9 that are sitting somewhere?
Through the chair, no. So the drones are actually Skydio. So essentially, Axon makes a platform that's vendor agnostic. So their software sits on top of whatever drone we will purchase.
Where are those drones? They're not in your garage or somewhere, were they? Where are those drones at? Where?
To the chair,
Yeah.
they're actually in Assistant Director Carlton's office.
Oh, they are? In your office? Yes. Are they still in boxes, or?
To the chair, no, they are actually out in the box. They did all the updates they needed to the software, and they're working with police on the
And who
pilot
is,
program.
tell me, who is actually working on the GPO?
To the chair, that's through the Division of Police and their policy unit.
Okay. But you still don't have a time frame on this for that, do you?
To the chair, it's a matter of training the officers on the platform. So once
Okay.
that's done, the draft policy is complete. Once the training is completed for the platform, then the drones will be up operating on a pilot basis.
Okay, so I'm looking as well. Explain to me what Fusus is. F-U-S-U-S. What's Fusus?
Yep. Through the chair to the council member in the committee, so Fusus is essentially our platform we implemented as a pilot during the NFL draft, so back in 2021. So what Fusus allows, whether it's the Real-Time Crime Center, Emergency Operations Center, the dispatch, or even our districts,
Okay.
Fusus is one pane of glass. So it ingests our CAD system, automated vehicle locations, the body-worn cameras show up, the in-car dash video shows up, our video surveillance cameras, so the cameras that the city has put out through the city, as well as our partners who have provided us their camera feeds, all show up in this platform. This platform also allows us to create operational channels, so if we need to display situational information,
Yes.
do updates, all these things are essentially provided through this platform. So
Okay.
it's basically a one-stop shop instead of having our officers log into, say, 6 or 7 different platforms to get all the critical information they need.
What's Citizens for Communities?
Citizens for Communities is what I mentioned before. So if there's a mission-critical event, it's a portal we can actually spin up and invite the public to upload videos,
Okay, that's what
pictures,
that
and,
was,
and that
okay.
information.
Okay. So this includes software, et cetera. Now, when I look at the cost here, you're going from 2024 from 3.8 million next year to 5.4. Why such a substantial jump in cost?
Through the chair, it's actually based on where we're at today. So essentially, if you think about where we're at, we're practically halfway through the year. So
Okay.
the 5.4 million, as you can see, it's consistent for the years 2 through 5. That is the true summation. Essentially, we got credits for the fact that they know our body-worn cameras are end of life, and we're going to have to replace those. We know that the tasers need to be replaced. So essentially, instead of charging us the 5.4 in year 1, we did receive some credits due to these are purchases we're going to have to make.
Okay. Everybody, all field officers are carrying tasers, correct?
To the chair, I can speak more to that
Yeah,
than Deputy Commissioner Jones. Yes, our policy for the Division of Police requires through the de-escalation training,
Right.
use of force training, that officers have at least 2 less than lethal options. One of the options they must carry is a taser.
Right.
And the second would be a choice between the Aspeton or the Aspeton or the pepper spray, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And actually, I want to make sure I'm right. I think all officers needed to be, all officers need to, if they were CIT trained, they would have to have the taser as well.
So the tasers that you've indicated will be the upgraded tasers.
Through the chair, that's correct.
That we have what models do we have now?
T7 is our current model.
And we're going to go to what?
T10 is the latest model.
Latest model, okay. And again, for all, and Axon takes the old tasers. What happens to the old tasers?
To the chair, I'll have to check with the gymnasium unit who
Okay.
hands out and trains
Because we
our
can't
officers.
sell those to
I'll-
another community.
I'll have to double
then.
check and see what
Okay.
happens to the older ones. I know
Okay.
that we have training
Okay.
requirements, but I'll double check. I don't
I'd
have
like
the
to
answer.
know, the equipment that's being phased out, can that be sold to another municipality? Because again, I mean, this is costly. Let's be honest. For the viewing public, technology is extremely costly today, and we all know it, whether it be in your own home or whether it be here at City Hall and in the various divisions and departments. So this will be $5.4 million year 2, years 3, year 4, and 5. We have some suggestions, some discussions here. Councilman Starr, would you care to comment on that?
Yes. Oh, man, it's a long day.
I know.
Yes, Chairman, I wanted to make an amendment to this ordinance for ordinance 1008-2024, whereas it says Section 2, that the Director of Public Safety is authorized to enter into an amendment to contract number 2023-0119 with Axon Enterprise to fulfill all purchases and services obligations authorized by consolidating the existing Axon contract and past Axon contracts set forth in this ordinance for a term ending on March 31st, 2025, with the 3 one-year options to renew. After that, please include after obtaining additional legislative authority, striking exercisable by the Director of Public Safety.
Do you have any comments along those lines? Anyone from the administration?
So you're striking exercisable by the Director of Public Safety has to be exercisable by council? Is that?
We want you to come back at some point. This is just not open-ended. There got to be some, you got to come back to us at some point. I mean, what you're asking is a 5-year contract, and then you want 5, what do we have? Yeah, addition of 5-year plus, and so, I mean,
So
we just can't, you just can't have a 10-year baby. That ain't going to happen.
So for years 2 through 5, again, we're to come back to council. This is what the amendment is, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I mean, it's from our perspective, it's just oversight.
Sure, it's fine.
I mean,
Yeah,
okay,
that's fine.
Mr. Law Director, did you understand that?
Yes, to the chair, my understanding is the contract term will end on March 31st, 2025.
Okay.
That triggers the renewal, and then they'll be back here for council's approval in for the March 2025 after that period. So that would be April for the term starting April 1st, 2025.
Okay. You had a question, Director?
Through the chair, can you repeat that, please, so make sure I'm understanding?
So-
Because it goes through.
Through the chair to the director, what the ordinance says right now, Section 2 says the current term will end on March 31st, 2025. So, and then you'll have the 3 one-year options to renew, but those renewal options will only be exercisable with additional legislative authority. So you'll have to be back here to council for that legislative authority to renew for the term starting April 1st, 2025. That's what council is proposing
Okay,
right now.
I got it. Thank you very much. To the chair.
We're not going to give you a piece of, we're here to cooperate, but you have to look at it from our perspective. This would be giving you a contract for 10 years. That ain't happening.
It's for 5, but I certainly.
Well, 5 with the options. We're to be helpful. We're to be supportive, but you have to understand that there's whether people like it or not, there's still a legislative body here.
Sure.
Okay, so, Law Director, you understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Questions on the amendment, and my colleague is Councilman Jones. Okay, there's a. Okay, you going to second it? Okay, motion's been made by Councilman Stars. Is there a second? Second. Councilman Jones. Is there any opposition? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. You got a Councilman Jones, you have a question? Yes, sir.
Now, basically, we have, and then maybe if the chairman, Mr. Jones, how many various different contracts do we have currently right now? I see that we're bundling everything together.
Through the chair to the council member, I believe it's approximately 7 contracts.
And of those 7 contracts, what is the savings of bundling?
Yep. Through the chair to the council member, there's a couple things. So one, we listed off the Axon Respond. We currently do not have that program. We don't have the Axon Performance. We don't have the Axon Auto Tagging. Those 3 programs alone could easily, so essentially a lot of Axon's pricing model is based on the number of officers we have. So for instance, redaction alone was easily $200,000 every year. As part of this bundle, that removes that cost from this. Similar to the performance module. So essentially it's the number of officers based on a certain user fee, based on if we're incurring cloud storage. So a lot of these programs that we don't currently have under the 7 contracts we do, we would now have access to. So that is the key selling point for us, that there's a lot of initiatives that, whether it's the Real-Time Crime Center or whether it's what we're doing with, for instance, the Axon Air program, that contract was only for 1 year. So essentially, that contract would expire this time next March as well. So as part of this bundle, that continues that program and continues that once that program gets off the ground, we're not faced in a situation where we no longer have access to the software to operate the drones. So it's a combination of new programming and locking in prices at 2024 prices. I can tell you one of the things we looked at is probably, 6-7 years ago when the Officer Safety Program originally came out, a bundle for certain services may have been only $2 million. Since then, Axon has grown their portfolio immensely. But at the time, we looked at the $2 million and said, wait a minute. At the time, I could buy a body-worn camera for probably about $400. So at that time, 16 officers, $400 a camera. It was only $640,000 to get equip the whole division.
Right.
So at that point, I said, I'm not going with the bundle program. It doesn't make sense financially when for this small amount of money, I can, equip the whole division. But now we're in the millions of dollars when it comes to changing out body cams, over $5 million when it comes to changing out tasers. Financially, this protects the city's interest and makes sure we get those pricing breaks by bundling these projects. Right now, because body-worn camera is standalone, we don't get a pricing break or any incentives because it's viewed as a standalone contract. So this allows us more of that purchasing power when we can negotiate to say, we have all these programs lined up.
Councilman?
And I really appreciate that. When you're looking at this here, it seems like Axon, with this bundle, does a whole lot of things for us. So you're saying we will save approximately about $200,000 with this bundle? Or, because I do see a difference between year 1 and then year 2. At 1.6 million, can you talk about that difference there? What does that mean?
Yeah, we can get you a complete breakdown. It's going to be more than $200,000 that we're saving based off the bundle. The difference with year 1 to year 2 is it's discounted due to the fact of where we are. So they're not charging us a full year for implementation because where we're at fiscally in the year. The other thing is they know that we have to replace body-worn cameras. So we're getting a break on the upfront cost of they didn't add in another $1 million to totally replace body-worn cameras. You won't see the separate $5 million charge to replace all the tasers. So essentially, instead of charging us $5 million up front, they found a way to amortize it over the agreement. So that saves us money in the interim up front.
Yeah.
And then it sounds like when you were making the testimony here just a second ago, that this saves time from our officers doing work. They actually fundamentally, their company, can you talk about what their company would be providing us with this service that would, free up our men and women to maybe move in other directions? Just elaborate a little bit on that, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Jones.
Sure. to the council member, one of the biggest things, and the director can attest to this, is the auto tagging of body-worn camera video, and it'll be the dash cam video as well. But essentially today, anytime an officer has a citizen interaction, so whether it's a citation, whether it's just community engagement, whether they're on scene, that body camera is recording. At the end of that officer's shift, they have to go back to the district, dock that camera, log into the system, and tag every single video. Put the CAD number in, add any descriptive information. So as you can imagine, that may add 30 to 40 minutes to that officer's shift on top of any reports they're trying to finish up. What the auto tagging does is essentially it queries our CAD system, correlates the CAD events to the body-worn camera, will automatically populate that CAD number and also populate the title, and then most importantly, the retention policy. So that retention policy is how long that video is stored. Taking that out of the officer's hands not only frees up their time, but also provides additional accountability when anytime you could have a body camera mislabel the incident. Well, if you mislabel an incident, retention schedule, that's going to change. So you could be looking at anywhere from 90 days to 180 days to something that's supposed to retain forever. So allowing us to automate that process will free up the officer's time and also provide that additional accountability.
Yeah, if I can add comments to that, Larry explained it really, he explained it really great, but the other portion of that as well is to automate it, and it takes out, as with data, junk in, errors in, that's what come out, versus automating it, then the officers would not, who are sometimes prone to make mistakes, and not intentionally or anything like that. They may transpose numbers and so forth because they're entering into many different applications. Here, as Larry just described, this is automated. It queries the CAD system. It puts all the information into the system itself, so the officers really frees up their times and makes their work and their work much more efficient. So it's a great tool that we're looking forward to utilizing.
Well, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that, just, want to bring across the table, so with this new program, just to make sure I'm on the same page, all of our video feed from our cameras that's on the street, this would also go into that program too?
No, through the chair, this is just the body-worn camera and then anything we're doing with the dash camera.
Okay, so
this
it
is
doesn't have
technology.
anything to do with that technology that we got on the streets?
No, that is correct.
And so who do we have that's dealing with the cameras on the street, Mr. Chairman?
Whoever can answer.
You're talking about the surveillance cameras that are...
Like on Lee and Harvard at the corners that we put up, I think it was...
Yes, through IT. Where the division puts the end user.
Yeah, but
starts
who's
with,
the person that keeps the data and the storage and all of that?
Through the chair to the council member, Division of IT maintains that data.
Okay. So Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I could just deviate just a quick second just to ask for this information. I was talking to a constituent who, Mr. Chairman, said that they couldn't get the information because I presume the storage in those cameras, something about that you had to stretch it or whatever explanation that they had given me, where you don't have enough data storage in those systems to really be able, somehow and you maybe you can help me, Ms. Jones. Technically speaking, you just didn't have enough space, and so you couldn't really have it at, I would presume, say at a 1020 or, when you upgrade, we have HD. So now you really can't, when you want to zoom in on a situation or zoom in on a driver's license, you really can't see the information clearly because we're overloaded with our storage, and that was the argument. They couldn't get the information that they were trying to get, and they were given that reason why they couldn't get the clarity off the camera. So I'm not sure what that is. But could you help me if we do have an issue? Because you heard the chairman saying we support the police department. When we have these cameras up here in these streets in these communities and something happens, we need to be able to see the driver's license plates. We need to be able to see the clarity of the perpetrators that are doing the crime. And we, as citizens here, we would need to know that you have, as council members, the tools necessary to have whatever cloud storage you need to have or to have whatever funds need to be added to this so we can have that if we need to recall that information at any given time.
But this does not impact the safety and security cameras, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Good. What Councilman Jones is talking about is the safety and security cameras, correct? This does not impact the flock cameras at all.
Correct.
Okay.
So this is totally separate system that we're, and then now, did you want to add on to that? 'Cause it
Sure.
sounds like Axion can come in here and take over that too if we got a problem.
So through the chair to the council member, I'm not sure of the explanation that the citizen received. We'll be happy to follow up. Just to reassure you, so we maintain 30 days of worth of video surveillance storage. So if you call 40 days after the incident, the video may not be there based on how storage is set up. The 30 days was approved through the law department, and that is our retention policy. The other thing is I can tell you we have software that monitors the state of the recorders. So I get an alert if a recorder isn't keeping 30 days worth of storage. We get alerts if cameras are down. So I get alerts 3 times a day on my phone, and I can tell you right now that out of 2,800 cameras, 93% of them are up. So out of 2,800 cameras right now, 209 are down. Some of them are down due to the storm issues that we had back in August. Fiber needs to be repaired, and we're working through with our maintenance vendor to get folks actually bucket trucks up, replace fiber, realign cameras. So as it relates to the clarity of the cameras, there's not an issue with the storage. There's not an issue with how the cameras operate. The flock cameras, as the chair mentioned, those are license plate reader cameras. Those are designed to focus squarely on the license plate. The video surveillance cameras we have, we're trying to capture the entire intersection. At times, you can pull plates off the intersection.
Yeah.
The Real-Time Crime Center, as well as the division, has folks who enhance video to do those capabilities with our cameras, but our main camera's focus is the entire intersection to capture that entire picture.
But Larry, those 290s that are out?
209.
209. The vendors got to understand that those have to be a priority. Those got to get fixed.
Through the chair, again, it's a work in progress. So with those storms, there were issues where we had to wait on First Energy to repair power to certain locations.
Okay.
So again, fiber had to be replaced. So there's a whole step in process. Our vendor is not behind. Our vendor is responsive. But, you know, this storm took efforts where until power was restored, we couldn't even test certain cameras to see if they were wind damaged or not. So
Councilman Jones,
it
you
was
have
a
any
complete
questions?
effort.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to work with Mr. Jones off on a number of questions as it relates to that, and then I'd like to have a listing of any cameras that are out in the Lee Harbor neighborhood, if you can. And then, Mr. Chairman, you know, we have issues, as you heard earlier in testimony, about, and that, you know, we've been talking about this for quite some time before the whole city's in an uproar about these mass gatherings. We've been having them in the Lee Harbor Ward 1 area. So, Mr. Chairman, to the safety director, can we get some movable cameras that we can bring into those areas that we are consistently having issues with? Mr. Chairman, we have talked and had conversations with the Lee Harbor Shopping Plaza, and they have committed to paying over $3,000 a month to have a camera system set up in their shopping plaza that's mobile. And I would like to see, Mr. Chairman, a camera at 2 locations, one at Lee and Miles, and then one at Lee and Harbor, because that's where we're having some of our issues. We have those pop-up situations over at the car wash. As many of you know, we have a senior citizens facility that's right there. Just last month, we had over 30 young people with guns and shooting over there at that corner of Lee and Miles. And we're really concerned. And then also when we come to the corner of Lee and Harbor, that BP gas station, and this is to you, Mr. Chairman, to the director, we have a real major issue of drug distributions and sales there. It has been consistent. I need your narcotic force there. I've had to talk to the owners of this business on several occasions. I've been out there. I've had people out at night. I've been getting phone calls. We've had drive-by shootings over there. We've had people getting shot and killed at that location. And of course, the killings were several years back, but we're concerned because we're seeing an uptick in that area, and we need to have it quieted down.
Okay.
And so I need your assistance and help in there, talking about new technology. And if we can get those cameras over there, that would tremendously help us, if at least. And then, Mr. Chairman, and I had just gotten this, I'd gotten a text here about, someone saying that we are doing too much traffic enforcement. I don't know who said that or
They
what
don't live in-
organization
they don't live in
is
Cleveland.
looking, that's right. What organization is looking at that? But I want to send the clarion message to the administration that we need to move forward. We need to protect our citizens. We cannot continue to be worried about what other folks, how they feel or what their emotions may be. Our streets are being overrun. I have 250 to 300 streets in our neighborhood. There's no way in the world I'll be able to pay $8,500 for speed bumps to be put on all of those streets.
Right.
There's no way we can do that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, to
Yes.
the director, if we could get on that, I have no unreadiness here.
Okay.
I'm praying that Axion, the company, can really do our city a justice and help us as it relates to bundling these technologies and whatever new technologies you come up and you can help us with to help us with safety. Certainly, we're going to be supportive of that.
Okay.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I yield the floor.
Okay, now, Councilman Starr, you had a question? No. Okay, wait, just a moment. Introduce yourself from Axion.
Chairman, Council, Jeff Childs.
Just you let it go.
Now am I on? All right. So I manage the direct relationship with Cleveland PD. I've worked with the department
Okay.
since 2015. And then this is my colleague, Graham Gill. His primary responsibilities are the TASER devices.
Where's Axon located at?
Say that? TASER devices is his primary role and responsibility.
Okay.
We're headquartered in Scottsdale. I'm based in Annapolis, Maryland, and then Graham's actually based in Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman House Jones.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, and looking in the legislation, I know this is a continuation from ordinance. Okay, so I was looking, started off at ordinance 762-2021 and ordinance 896-2022. So I just looking at 796-2021. There's no cost anywhere. It just talks about the all the different things. It's a lot of different documents. I went through like 7 different documents. And so it got me to think, how much has we, and I'm just gonna go from this 2021 contract, how much has been contracted with Axion since from this 2021 contract?
Can anyone tell us that?
To the chair, Council Member House Jones, you're asking for how much money has been spent since 2021?
Yeah, invested, partnered with from this contract, because it's nowhere listed. There's no dollar amount that is listed in any of the, from the ordinance or any of the supplemental documents. It talks about the varying accounts that it will be paid from, and money clearly has been spent from him, but there's no idea of how much money that has been.
Okay.
To the chair, to Councilwoman House Jones, Deputy Commissioner Jones probably can answer some of that. I don't know if he has the specific amount from the initial contract, but we can certainly try to get that information to you, unless Larry can give you that response right
Mr.
now, which I
Jones?
doubt. If he can, I'll be very, very surprised. But
Okay.
Larry always never ceases to amaze me. So Larry?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I can get you the information dating back to 21. I can give you a summary recap of the active contracts right now. So currently, our TASER contract is $4,520,160. The Fusus platform is $247,000. Body-worn camera, $4,923,452. Our digital evidence management system, $268,500. In-car dash, $2,291,649. The Axon Air, which is the drone program, is $255,000. And redaction currently, the previous contract was $110,000.
And for these current contracts, what is the actual contract duration? Like, when did these contracts start, from the numbers that you just shared?
So the issue with, and why we're bundling this, all of them start at different time periods. So for instance, all of them are going to expire at different points. So that's why we're trying to get to a point where we're bundling everything together. So we've got one set renewal date, one set end date, and we're not, and we're taking advantage of economies of scale.
Okay. Through the chair to the team here, For these varying contracts, are the budgeted funds from the actual public safety budget or a different general fund investment?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, most of these funds come from the Division of Police, from their operating budget. First year capital funds are typically used to start up a program. So for instance, as I mentioned before, we allocated funds to refresh the body-worn cameras, so that initial hardware purchase up front may come from the IT capital. And then after that, the software storage license renewals typically fall in operating budgets.
And I guess then my third question, just to follow up through the chair to the team here, with our investment with Axion, do we have a way to assess the actual impact from all these different investments? What is our return on investment from the significant dollars that we're putting into it? And how is that actually captured and shared, and where could the general public find impact of this investment?
Director?
Through the chair to Council Member House Jones. That's really a great question to actually codify that information that you're talking about. I believe that at least as far as body cameras concerned, and now the in-car camera, dash camera, and so forth, is captured through at least the consent decree with our uses of force. That data is captured. That's based on our body cameras footage. Also, our traffic stops and so forth, which is part of our search and seizure, which is also under consent decree. That information is also captured. So we're using all that information to make sure that we're in compliance with the consent decree. So that's something that's also being put on Urban AI, Open Data Portal, and also our CIT, which of course is through our body cameras. They review, they being the monitoring team, the DOJ review the footage to make sure that we're in compliance, that we're operating constitutionally. And then there's an assessment based on that. The information that we're talking about is also on the Open Data Portal, so the general public can look at our uses of force. They also can look at our CIT, how we handle folks in crises. So all those things, and also our traffic stops, and there's a report coming out, all those things are based on the body cameras and are also going to be based on the dash cameras as well. So again, you have something that actually the public can look at themselves and evaluate our return on investment, and believe here is a huge return on investment relative to Axon body cameras as well as in-car cameras.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Yeah, through the chair to the team here. So I'm gonna circle back with you all so we can actually come up with some amendment language that actually reflects that, versus having people go and try to figure it out themselves, to be clear communicators from the investments that we are making, and hopefully offer it to the finance committee if this is passed, so that, again, we are clear communicators about the investments that we are making and what the actual impact is. My final question is actually to the team of Axion, and I don't know if, can you talk about the diversification of your company? One of the things I'm asking, we are in a long-standing relationship, financial investment relationship, and I would be really interested to know, do you have who are the people that are black people on your team, women, Latinos, whatever, since you have this long-standing relationship and we are making a significant investment in your company, what does that look like with representation with your company?
Can you gentlemen comment on it?
Yep. I can actually get you that information. We recently did this in New York. So I'll have all that information. I'll be able to provide it. We also have a community impact team where that team will come in and essentially sit down with community stakeholders and just make sure that they're aware of what Axon does and how we can kind of bridge that gap between law enforcement and different stakeholders in the community. So I'm happy to bring that forward.
Thank you.
Do a follow-up through the chair to the team. When would you be able to provide that information?
End of week.
Okay. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of the committee members? Yes, Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up with something that you brought to the attention, whereas when we talked what we spoke on earlier about the drones. Now, when you post that to them
Yes.
about using the drones, are these the same drones that we've been waiting for 2 years that you have to write policy and then bid out to use for Exeon for them to use to circle over the community per
Who-
se?
who
Is
can
that
respond?
part of the drones that you were speaking of
The,
earlier,
the,
Chair?
the, we,
With
the
them?
legislation we passed 2 years ago, we purchased, it was part of a big package but
Right.
of technology, but there were 9 drones that we purchased, that not through Axon,
Right.
Okay.
through a different company, and according to what we just heard a moment ago, they're sitting in Assistant Safety Director's office. So,
Right, but are these the drones that's going to be used for
Right.
this Exeon system that we still have to wait for the process to go through and for them to
Yep.
go to
Yeah.
CPC too?
To the chair, to Councilwoman Gray, that's correct. The drones are purchased. They're not Exxon drones.
Okay.
But we have, I forget the name of the company. Larry mentioned them before, but sorry. Skydio, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. But we are using Exxon product
Okay.
with the drones as well.
okay.
Okay.
Any other questions, Council?
So we still have to go through that process,
Yep.
even though we're using their product
Yep.
with the drones. It's still going to go through that process that we spoke on earlier. I
Yes,
just wanted
to the chair, through the chair,
Yep.
to Councilwoman Gray. Yes, that's correct.
All
Yep.
right, thank you, Chair. That's
Thank
it.
you. And I want to thank all my colleagues who stayed here today, those who couldn't make it at other meetings. I want to thank members of the administration here. And they're going to have to make a future request or capital project where we're going to have a porta potty installed here in the corner over here.
So it's approved? Was it approved?
Oh,
Wanna
we
make
are
sure.
calling that right
Okay,
now.
all right.
So,
I just- before we
ordinance,
dismiss.
ordinance 1008-2024 is approved as amended. Please sign it up. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
I just really wanted to make sure before we leave, and I know this is not the time, but I really, after going to the update with the monitoring team, really trying to get an understanding of how us as a safety committee is going to more fully engage in the consent decree. Do you have an idea, and can you share that with the public?
We're going to coordinate with them, and as we have in the past, and try to get them to come in and make a presentation. We try to schedule it when they're coming into Cleveland, so we don't have the meter running, where we don't have to schedule another day for them to come in because of the cost involved in that. So I can tell you, as soon as Ubicoin gets back in, we will be working to finalize that date and time.
So beyond the meeting with the monitoring
It
team.
will be right here.
I understand
Yeah.
that, but again, beyond that, there is like significant things. And like I said, it was not, when I went to the hearing last week, the information that they brought up regarding promotions, and specifically paragraph 315 and 318.
Okay.
It did not come from the monitoring team. It did not come from the city of Cleveland. It came from the Department of Justice. And
Okay.
particularly, that talked about how, A, we do not have written procedures, or let me speak clearly and coherently about what it actually states, and what the issue is that what we are not doing as a city. 315, as part of the annual performance review process, supervisors will meet with the employee whose performance is being evaluated to discuss the evaluation. In addition, an ongoing basis, supervisor will discuss their subordinates, their performance, and will document as appropriate the supervisor's ongoing communication regarding officers' performance and areas of growth. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because the Department of Justice indicated that 2 years ago, they provided the city of Cleveland with an example and with a plan on how they can do this. Section 318, which they brought up, in determining whether the officer is likely to be effective and appropriate for the position to which he or she is being considered for promotion, the appointing authority will consider the following factors when relevant: effective use of community and problem-oriented policing strategies; B, the number of circumstances of use of forces; C, an officer's service as an FTO or field training sergeant; D, disciplinary record; E, problem-solving skills; F, interpersonal interpersonal skills, G, support for departmental integrity measures, and H, pending disciplinary process. The reason why I am bringing this up is because in the report there was the, what is this thing called? Hold on. The monitoring, hold on, I want to talk about, okay. This is basically the monitoring teams, it was like their update. It wasn't in the monitoring report, it was separate from there in July of 2021, where it's 101 pages where they went through all of these different things. I do know, and the issue was when the incident happened with the officer back in 2017, the then police chief had recommended the person be terminated. Then the public safety director came back and said, no, they're only going to be suspended for 30 days. Since that time, there has been a change in our ordinances in 2021. I guess the question is like, there have been changes about the chief of police being empowered to make some decisions when it comes to termination of officers who have stepped out of the bounds. But I feel like something is missing in City Council's ability to ensure that the administration is holding up their end of the bargain, putting this stuff in writing, and making sure people feel confident that it's being taken serious and that we are being assured that people, and I'm gonna say not even just police, but all City of Cleveland employees have real opportunities for advancement, and for when people are stepping out of bounds, that they will be held accountable. Like, that's really at the end of the day what the real issue is. And I just find it very troubling that we have yet to have a real policy written in place for promotions of police and officers. And again, for them to be sitting there in that federal courtroom to hear that an officer who has such an egregious offense, egregious, and if it was anybody else, they would not be here. I'm like, I mean, it's problematic. And I hope that we could really be more attentive to this consent decree beyond the federal monitoring team and, and maybe tapping in and, like I said, following up with the police accountability team to really start focusing on this. We have an opportunity as they are starting the City of Cleveland and the monitoring team to focus on what do we want them to focus on in 2025? Are we prepared to offer suggestions to the administration or the monitoring team? Because if we just sit here and listen to what them talk about on their report, most of us can read that. But what is the actual plan to actually implement things that can be beneficial, that we can build confidence from the City of Cleveland and residents? Because as of right now, it's sorely lacking.
Are you aware of the situation, of that situation?
Yes, he is. Of course he is. I'm not being talking, but of course he is.
To the chair, yes, I'm aware.
And is this something that will fall under the purview of Dr. Anderson, or?
The promotional process, as articulated by Council Member House Jones, is something that's being worked on through first my office, the Director of Public Safety,
Okay.
and I just want to make sure we're clear for the record that the Chief of Police only has the authority to discipline up to 10 days and give a up to 10-day suspension
Yes.
or under. Anything over 10 days has to be certified to the Director of Public Safety, who can take that recommendation or
Yes.
discipline lower or terminate. But the chief does not have the ability to terminate anyone because they're not the appointing authority, only the Director of Public Safety. With that said, we are now, through the Department of Public Safety, I've tasked two of the assistant directors. That's Assistant Director Jason Shackner, who
Yeah.
came from the Law Department. Also, Assistant Director Christopher Violin.
Yeah.
They're both tasked with the promotional process to work with Civil Service Commission, to work with HR to come up with a procedure. Because as everyone at this table is aware, the promotional process is through civil service. There's a civil service process associated with it. So we're in the process now of working with the Civil Service Commission, HR, and Human Resources. We've, through my assistant directors, have come up with a timeline. That timeline was presented to the CPC as well as the federal monitors, and DOJ. They have that timeline.
Okay.
And the process that we're working through to come up with a comprehensive process relative to promotions through the Division of Police.
So is there, and I know because the hour's late and people have to go, but is there anything is there anything coming to us in the legislative forum at all?
To the chair, if there are potential changes in the civil service, that's more of a charter thing. I'm not quite sure if legislation is going to come to this body.
Okay.
So that's, again, so this, closing up, when it comes to, it's all, in section 119 of, it's called the discipline of police. That's what I'm saying. There is an opportunity for this body to look at not only this, but the multitude of things. And as the Community Police Commission is changing overall coming forward, I would hope that this body would take time to actually meet with them and establish a working relationship beginning in 2025 and beyond to be able to work through this consent decree. So that is my continued request. I hope that we will do that and have a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Without further ado, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you all.
Thanks.